Anti-derivative Jill.
There she is. There she is.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that Plomeek soup?
Con!
Hello, welcome. I'm Anti-Derivative Jill. That was incredible. And today we're here to enjoy Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Thank you, Jim. And thank you for being here also. And hello to you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And this is the movie that shows you producers can be really wonderful and a great thing. Harv Bennett and director Nicholas Meyer, everybody was so cool. And hello to Scotty R37.
Hello, thank you. I am so excited. This is one of my favorite things. I have no idea why Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan is not in my top 5, but I think I just promoted it and said every time I see this, it makes me feel joy. So thank you for having me as a part of talking about it.
Oh yes, me too. This is a very high-rated movie for me too. I don't know where it lies for me in terms of rank and order, but I love it. And hello, also today we also have Pop Culture Curator. I'm very lucky to have him here. How are you doing?
Hello, everybody. I am doing fantastic. I feel lucky to be here. I could watch this movie 1,000 times and it still wouldn't be enough.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm so excited.
Welcome.
I can't wait. I'll try to dial down my excitement.
No, that's don't that. Also, welcome to Stone Racket. Hello.
Hello. Jill, is the word given?
Yes.
The word is given.
And warp speed. Well, we all know the movie. Okay. There you go.
Sorry, I don't know why I want, but that's how it went.
Exactly.
Oh, Scotty's always wah.
That great James Horner score.
Please, Jill, after you.
Yes, wonderful music in this movie. Agreed. And yes, he stayed at his post. So
while all the trainees ran.
See, everyone's going to sing along to this movie. It doesn't matter. If you quote it, everyone is going to do the subsequent quote.
Yes. Like Pop Culture Curator, I'm going to have to dial down my excitement. As well as my cats. Harpo is here in my lap. He's all fired up for Wrath of Khan.
Don't worry about being too excited. I think all of us are. That's what's wonderful about these live streams, because so many people have done reviews on this movie. So what we bring to it is our own passion and enthusiasm for it. So don't worry about holding back anything. I just love that Harv Bennett didn't know Star Trek and he learned it for this movie, and he hired on another writer to work on the script who was a Star Trek fan also. So that's pretty cool. That's a super short story on why this movie works so well on such a small budget and on such a tight schedule. But what can I tell you that you haven't heard from the other 50 million reviews for this? So we'll go through some of that anyway. But to start off with my first viewing, all of real Star Trek, all of that, when I first watched it, I watched it all at once when I was 19, discovered it finally really late. So I'd watched all of the original series and animated it, even though I love it now. Back then TMP wasn't my favorite, but it grew on me, as you heard last week. And then I put this one on. I had watched Star Trek feeling like I could be friends with Spock all throughout watching it. And so here, this one reinforces Spock's capacity for that friendship. And I mean, I was a very new Star Trek fan, so I didn't know what was going to happen that everyone else knew. So combined with the courage of Spock, all the strength, and all the times through the original series where he said he's better suited for a task because he's Vulcan, whether it's his strength or intelligence, all that culminated in my first viewing to a very emotional time for me, for the man who suppresses those emotions. So nowadays I can get away with watching this film and only crying one time. But then back then, for the first time, it was 3 times. So then, but my story isn't that interesting because I was sad. I put on the next DVD and then I was okay again.
Yeah.
So you guys who had to watch it for the first time had to wait years for that.
Yes. Funny how that works, isn't it?
And finally, a couple of years ago, for the 40th anniversary, I finally got to see it in theaters. And so
Excellent.
I wanted to hear from each of you. How did you guys first experience this movie?
Stone Racket, how about you go first?
Well, I'm a OG Trekker, so I was there from the beginning. And the Wrath of Khan, we had heard rumors that Spock was going to be killed off. And this is before the internet. And the root of that was a leaked early script of the film. And this caused quite a backlash. And fans were very upset and even, writing letters, nasty letters to Paramount. And so I knew going into the film that there was this, that they were going to kill off the Spock character. So I was, with great trepidation, I entered the cinema back in June of '82. But when they did that simulator sequence and Spock, plays dead, I just thought, oh, this is where it all started. It was just a very bad rumor based on faulty information. But of course, when we get to that final sequence, I watched the movie again just this morning, and I still tear up during that sequence. So I still do get emotional. But that final scene with the photon torpedo resting there gently on the Genesis planet gives us a glimmer of hope. And I just thought when I left the cinema, I was going, I think they're going to probably bring him back. So there was that glimmer of hope there. And
Yes.
As it turned out, Harv Bennett, in his own words, with Star Trek III, brings us a type of Easter morning, as he put it.
Yeah.
It's prophetic, and it was a rebirth.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. And I like that you said that the very first scene, the Kobayashi Maru scene, it took you off your guard. You thought,
exactly. I thought that was brilliant of them to do that, because we learn in retrospect that, that was added later to alleviate that very problem of the backlash and the leaked early script. And I applaud them for that. It was it totally worked on me.
Oh yeah.
Would you call it backlash or the idea of finality?
Well, I'm characterizing the Star Trek fans who got upset when they learned that they were planning on killing off Spock when that early script leaked out. Yes. And it definitely was a backlash, and it made Paramount nervous.
I'd love to talk about that further as we get spoilers. Spock dies.
Yeah, the thing is, the executives were nervous, and test screenings the audience feedback. They were not happy that Spock died, and as a pickup shot, in Golden Gate Park there in San Francisco, that's where they shot the scene with Spock's coffin.
Wow.
And that was a afterthought because Nimoy was not aware of that.
Well, let's get there. Let's get there. I can't wait
Okay.
for the journey.
Absolutely. But before we get there, I want to say hello to the chat because we have a lot of wonderful people here. And I want to say hello.
Yes, I do too. And before anybody says anybody to anything, I want to say that Cinema Gulp is actually in this movie. And if you have the slide, I will point it out.
What?
Yeah. Not really.
No, not really.
Really. But I will point to a guy and I'm like, there he is.
Oh boy.
I was gonna say, wait a minute, how old was he? He was like a little toddler, like.
No, he's my age. He would have been a toddler. Franco says, who wants to say it?
Gone.
Gone. Yeah, look, see, I don't want to scream into my microphone. I'm gonna drive people away. But hello, Jim did it perfect at the top of the show. So nobody can top that one. Hello to PvP. He says he can't be here, of course, because he's got to work. And Mick Phoenix and Cinema Gulp, according to Scotty, is somehow in this movie.
Cinema Gulp is in this movie. I will show him.
Gavin Blackburn says, there Jill is, and not so wounded as we were led to believe. Yeah, right. Gavin. No, actually, my leg did hurt the other day, but it feels better now.
Oh,
and hello to Kat. No, I don't know what happened. I think I'm just growing older, which is the theme of this movie.
No, you are not old.
I know I'm not old, but I don't know what happened.
I'm old.
It's just when you wake up and you're like, oh, I must have slept wrong. That didn't used to happen.
I'm great. You are great.
Anyway,
Classic Comics.
Hey, Classic Comics.
Slice Night, Cat. Hey.
Alan Trioscillator's here. There's just so many great people here. I do
want to Edge of Time.
Gorilla.
Can I read Gorillas? Can I read Gorillas? All right.
Of course you can read Gorillas.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm not going to yell because this is in all caps. I'll forgive it. Automatic F. It's an over-dramatized story of a guy obsessed with another guy. When he can't have him, he tries to kill him while the other is forced to defend himself. Then to top it off, the part 1 of 2.
Alrighty then.
Best friend feels he has to sacrifice himself so they could have a moment. Yawn.
What? If Spock didn't sacrifice himself, the entire Enterprise would have been destroyed. So what are you talking about? I love you, Gorilla.
Gorilla's random thoughts. He is an agent provocateur.
All of the F's have been given by Gorilla.
That's right.
Yes, that's exactly what he is.
We're on to him.
And yes, Khan is insane and obsessed, but that's because he lost his wife, he lost so many people that he was trying to build a colony, he was trying to build again, and all of that effort was torn asunder. And apparently Starfleet astronomy astrometrics, they dropped the ball on, hey, this planet exploded.
Ari Bavel in the chat says 3 times. I had to watch it 14 times before I could get through dry-eyed.
Oh no, I still cry. I meant that I cried 3 times the first time I watched it. 3 different separate occasions. When he dies, the funeral, and then when he says the opening credits to the show.
Only 14 times? I've seen it 30 times.
Ooh.
I don't even know. At this point, I don't even know how many times I've seen it. Nor do I wish to count. Like, this is a movie where I am ensconced in joy whenever I watch it. May I tell my viewing story?
Yes, go for it, Scotty.
Like
We're
I
ready.
saw this on VHS for the first time. I didn't have the opportunity to see it in theaters when it was theatrically released. Oh, what? I've seen.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, Classic Comics is totally gets the conch.
167 times Classic Comics seen it, and it keeps getting funnier every time.
Fantastic. I love a Beetlejuice reference. Thank you, sir. I hate to call out your reference because only cool people get it. But
Con.
Like I saw it on VHS, and there are parts of this movie that I don't think that I actually saw when it was first on my CRT full screen edition television. Like when I watched this on VHS, like the whole part on SETI Alpha 5 is like unintelligible visually when Terrell and Chekhov are in their spacesuits on the planet's surface with the winds blowing and everything. And I was like, this is not, I can't see anything. And then I got the opportunity to see it on DVD. And then I got the opportunity to see it in the theater. And it was a digital projection. It wasn't a print, but it was still, like this movie, every time I see it, engages me. I love it. I love the yeah, no pun intended. I love how this, like, people knock the motion picture, but as I mentioned in our motion picture review, that was getting the band back together, and watching this is like, now that the band is back together, let's put on a concert. Like, this is the best of seeing what I wanted from the original series, and I enjoy the bridge of the motion picture, but this raises everything that I saw in the original series to a new level. And I think that they did very well from here. There are many things that I would like to point out through this discussion. And I just, every time I see it, I'm like, why is this not one of my favorite movies? And the answer is, Scott, it's always been one of your favorite movies. You just didn't want to say.
Well, here you are saying it today. So now, and we're going to go through all of it. Thank you. It's beautiful.
Pop?
So,
am I next?
It's up to Jill.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And yet I could repeat a lot of what Stone Rocket said. I remember when the movie was in production and the leak happened about Leonard Nimoy wanting to leave. In fact, I saw an interview with him on Entertainment Tonight, because they were owned by Paramount, and back then they were all the news for Star Trek, because like Stone Rocket said, this is before the internet. And I remember when the leak hit, and I too was taken aback and surprised by the beginning scene, the Kobayashi Maru. And like Stone Rocket said, obviously that was filmed afterwards to kind of trick the fans and throw us off. I saw it at a drive-in with my good friend Sean. He was my Star Trek buddy. We saw motion picture together. We used to watch the series together. We went to see motion picture together. We saw every Star Trek movie together up into the first J.J. Abrams movie, and then he passed away. I miss him. But it was great seeing it at a drive-in. And fortunately, it was modern enough to where the sound was through our FM radio with the stereo speakers and everything. It wasn't the old mechanical speakers in the window. So the music was amazing. The movie was amazing. We were in stunned silence when Spock died, because fortunately we didn't know how he was supposed to die. But the fact that they handled it so well, I think it was an achievement. And we were confident that he would come back. We were saying that as we were exiting the theater, we thought, oh, there's no way he's going to leave. Because we knew after watching that movie, it was going to be a hit. It was going to be successful. And we just knew that would be enough to convince Nimoy to come back. And I'm glad we were right. I'm glad Harv Bennett put that closing scene, that capper at the end where they showed the photon torpedo case. So that's my experience with seeing the movie the first time. Thank you.
Well, yes, then that's wonderful. And which point? Yes, because he added that later, the remember and the capsule and all of that, because of those test screenings. Is that why?
No, it was before the test screenings.
Oh, it was before them. Okay.
Yes, when they heard about the fan backlash, he did what I kind of said. He did it because he thought, well, what if it hits really well? What if the movie does well? So I'll put this cap at the end in case we can convince Nomura to come back. And that was a very wise move for him to do that.
Well,
and that's what happened. The movie was so successful, everybody was clamoring. It was like Nimoy would have been a bad guy if he would have said, "No, I'm not coming back." The fans would have been like, "Oh my God," it would have killed everybody. So he knew that was his. That's what set his future in motion, and he knew it. He knew from that point on. That's when he decided to write "I Am Spock." I'll put it that way.
Well, and if I may, one of the signs of a good producer is don't stop production. Make sure that there is a door open, and one of those doors that has to be open is making sure that your stars are happy. Make sure that the story makes sense for the story to continue. And I think that was the brilliance of Harve Bennett during the 1980s.
Yes, Harve Bennett and Nicholas Meyer. That was another thing is Leonard Nimoy was happy. Well, they were all happy, but Leonard Nimoy specifically on how the characters were handled. Because we all know that it's infamous that they weren't happy the way the characters were handled in the motion picture. They thought that it was stiff, and it wasn't quite the characters like we remember from TOS. So when 2 came out, that's when we actually were at home with those characters once again.
Yeah, but that was kind of the point of TMP, was that they were all separated. But by the end of the motion picture, they had been brought back together, which led the way for this one.
Yes.
One thing that, if I recall correctly, in Leonard Nimoy's book "I Am Spock," doesn't he relate an anecdote where he came up with the remember scene, and Nicholas Meyer wasn't really on board with that, but they filmed it.
Oh, was that Nimoy? I was trying to find that out.
Yeah, that's, if I recall correctly, I think he kind of credits himself with doing the remember. Of course, they weren't sure exactly what they were going to do with that, but it was just a little something, that they could work with down the line, a possible thread that they could pick up again. So that was, that was before they filmed the scene with the photon torpedo coffin, which was a pickup shot.
You're absolutely right, Will. And again, once we get to the death of Spock, because I know Jill has prepared slides, we'll discuss the things that were planned, what weren't planned, how things ventured forth. But
yes,
before
definitely.
we do that,
and I'm glad that they did that. They left things open like that. Yes, before we do that, Jim, we need to hear your story.
Well, I went to the theaters and I seen Star Trek 2. Kind of whimpered a little bit at the end. Oh, Scotty's bigger. Okay, here we go. All right.
The shuffle happened.
Went to the theaters to seen it. I seen it about 4 or 5 times in the theater and got broke. So when it came out on DVD, man, I bought 2 copies because I wore one out. So that's how many times that I have seen it. I mean, it's a lot of times. But I liked it and kind of figured that Spock would be back the way that they had it on there. Remember. So that's pretty much it. And I did grow up with TOS. I was only 4 years old at the time when I first seen the original TOS. And got into fan films and everything. And as you see, I got the full uniform here. Might have a little a little malfunction in this thing. It looks pretty good. Got this dumb collar thing here. Just can't get it over there, but it looks pretty darn good.
It's not an easy tunic to recreate.
No, it's not. I want to show off my gold stuff here, so hey, it kind of looks pretty good that way.
I'm pretty sure that beard isn't regulation, though.
Well,
in the Navy, it is.
Oh, is it? Okay. My mistake.
Well,
Yes.
not anymore, but of course we can say anything we want in the 23rd century. And since Riker has a beard, well, we all can have a beard.
Right. The Navy would allow it because people were on ships most of the time. So the Navy got away with a few of the things that the other armed forces branches didn't have. They also had the best food.
Yeah. That's what I've heard as well.
And I was in the Air Force. The only way people were allowed to grow a beard is if they had pseudofolliculitis barbae, and that's ingrown hair. Some people, especially people of color, if they had trouble when they would shave and then the hair would grow back and start curling and going inwards, then they were allowed to grow it out. They'd get a waiver.
Okay.
Then I'd be a clean-shaven sailor, I tell you.
Bennett did an excellent job guiding Star Trek overall, but the whole Star Trek Academy thing was his idea, says Classic Comics.
Yes, he wanted to introduce that early on, and they said no.
Well, and that's the detriment of being a producer is how do you make sure the production keeps going? I still want to get.
I think it was after Star Trek 5, if I remember right, because they were really. I mean, everybody was panicking. They thought Star Trek was dead because 5 did so terribly.
True.
Oh, that is a good point. I'm so glad that they figured out how to make 6.
Yes.
So that
because at least we got to see the characters go out in style rather than just wonder whatever happened.
They brought back Nicholas Meyer, which was
for 6.
It was great. It was such a wonderful film for them to go out on. That's why I totally reject Generations, but that's a different story.
It is.
I can appreciate that. There are a lot of things I do not like about that.
Generations, you're talking about that bad episode of TNG, right?
You know what? None of this is my problem. We're talking about Wrath of Khan.
Gavin Blackburn is Admiral.
Ricardo Montalban is so amazing.
Yeah.
He is.
Yes.
Most definitely. His performance is amazing.
Yes. Play the whole thing.
And it surprised everyone.
I don't have the whole thing.
It surprised everybody because for those of us old enough to remember at the time, he was popular on Fantasy Island playing Mr. Rourke, and he was very calm and collected. And we were doubting, can he play Khan again? Is he able? It's like, oh my God, all of our expectations were just blown away.
Yeah, he asked Harv and Paramount for a tape of the original episode because he watched it. It's about like the 3rd or 4th time he started getting back into the character and things started coming back to him and how he portrayed Khan in the Space Seed episode.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm so glad he worked hard on that because I remember an interview he did on the Today Show at the time of the film's release. He was saying that he's first going through the script and kind of going through the lines. He said that Mr. Rourke he sounded too much like Mr. Rourke from Fantasy Island. So it took him a while.
And that's great that he was cognizant of that and that he cared enough. And
right. And in another interview that he did on Late Night, I think it was Johnny Carson at the time, is he read the script and he obviously liked it, accepted it, saw the videos, got back into character, but then when he first stepped in front of the camera, he was like, I'm going to kill you. And they had to actually dial him down. He said, no, calm down. You'll get to that point eventually. So he was really, really, really into it, where they really had, like I said, they had to dial it back a little bit. And I thought that was amazing. I mean, he was all ready to go.
Well, that's interesting because, like, in preparation for this conversation, I watched the audio commentary between Nicholas Meyer and Manny Cotto, the recently passed showrunner for Enterprise season.
The later seasons, 3 and 4. Both.
What's his qualifications to do?
He was a showrunner for a Star Trek show. That was his qualification.
I hate when they do that.
What, you don't like qualified people talking about something that they're
It wasn't. He had no involvement with it. He had no involvement with this movie, which means he was not qualified.
He was a huge Star Trek fan, sir.
I was going to say, well, that's what I'm saying. He was a tag along, and there's a lot of those.
Oh, boy.
There is a subsequent aficionado. Like at this point, we are discussing when we talk about modern Trek, and the reason that modern Trek misses the mark is because we're not talking about fans. We're not talking about people with reverence for the source material. And the source material for Star Trek is classic literature and classic television. And I think that Manny Cotto qualified as both. If he weren't qualified to discuss Star Trek II with Nicholas Meyer, then he wouldn't have been selected to do so.
Scotty, did you say that was a Blu-ray commentary?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I hate to admit this, but I have not listened to that particular commentary.
First time for me.
But do they have a good back and forth?
Very much so.
Okay, I'll give that a listen.
So that's a different commentary than the DVD one?
Yes.
Yeah, because I don't think he was on the DVD one. I remember Nicholas Meyer, Harv Bennett.
Yeah.
And some of the cast, but the Soto guy, yeah. Okay, no,
Many
I do respect your opinion, Scotty, but I'll give you an example. Last week or so, they had like the 100th or 99th celebration for Dick Van Dyke on network television because, bless him, he's still alive.
Yes.
They must have pulled in 50 tag-alongs, people who had nothing to do with it, just so they can get their face on screen because they can get there a few seconds to help boost their careers. I mean, there was lots of people that had absolutely no connection with Dick Van Dyke, and they would get on there and say, I like Dick Van Dyke because, well, we're not here to hear that. That's not what we're for. I don't like tag-alongs.
And I understand
I think people, they should be directly involved, or maybe like they're film historians, then possibly.
I understand
but
that.
I just don't like tag-alongs.
My perspective is, and if you could hold on this slide for just 1 second, Jill, that in the 23rd century, one of the things is that Manny Cotto, being a showrunner of Star Trek, is as much a member of the Star Trek family as Fred Freeberger. Whether you like him or not, like Star Trek season 3. Is that the name of the guy? Freddie?
Yes, that's it. Yes. You got it.
Right.
And so either way, I apologize for the mispronunciation. But that's what I'm saying, is that whether you like, there are people who are in a fraternity or a community of people who have produced Star Trek, and some of them have like floundered, and some have actually brought back what Star Trek sort of was for, or what it meant as an adventure show that was a science fiction show that provided commentary on different human experiences.
I don't disagree with any of that.
And I think that Manny Cotto is more than, he's not a tag along. It's not.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. I'll be specific.
Also, none of us were in the production of this either.
I was.
Right. So
I was
see,
in
that's just it.
Seasons.
That's just it. If I wasn't involved in the production, I wouldn't do it, because my question is his input. Was it his experience on making this movie and behind the scenes, or was it his opinion? Because it's opinions I don't want to hear. We all have opinions. You can have 100 people on the commentary if you want opinions.
He did do production on the television show 24 with Kiefer Sutherland.
No. I was asking, what did he have to bring as far as original production notes for this movie?
For this movie, he was coming at it as a person who also worked on Star Trek, whatever iteration that happens to be, but also as a production professional, a person who had produced television, and he was talking with Nicholas Meyer about how you direct things, how you structure things, how you write things. But it would be similar if I were, or you were, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but if you were a qualified television production executive and you were talking to a person who made one of your favorite movies, you would sort of be professionally on the same level. And so he is giving reverence. He is a fan, but he's worked in Star Trek. And anyway, it's a fascinating audio commentary if you're interested in people who are shepherds of the franchise, for lack of a better term, and they want to further it, and they show their appreciation for what has come
That's
before.
a tag along, right? Unless you're there to bring
That's not a
new
tag
content.
along.
Show their
We can
appreciation.
agree to
I
disagree.
know, but show their appreciation. That's what I'm saying. 1,000 people could do that.
Well, and it's almost like two different captains meeting. And if you don't like the idea that two people of the same fleet commiserate, then I don't know what to say. But
that's fine. I respect your opinion.
I can't wait to hear what you've learned from that commentary. And
well, first things first.
Yes.
In the 23rd century, because Nicholas Meyer himself was not a Star Trek fan, he had never really paid attention to it until he made this movie. He said initially in the first audio commentary from the DVD, he said that in the 23rd century was an explanation to his parents as to what was going to happen after this title card. So they would know what was going on because they had never seen Star Trek. And then in the Blu-ray commentary, he says, in the 23rd century, I used to say that it was for my dad. But now I realize that I put this here so I could explain to myself what was happening.
Well, there you go. Wow.
Well,
at least he tried. He was trying.
I would have put in the 23rd and a half century.
Duck Dodger.
Isn't that the 25th and a half?
I don't know. I don't know ducks.
Duck Dodgers.
Yeah.
Hey, Herc.
Yes, that was my first Star Trek. Wait a minute. DJ Play Nice says, "Wee."
DJ Play Nice. Wee.
And Cinema Gulp says that beard is most definitely not Navy regulation. At least not in my day.
All right.
Okay.
And hello to Herc 130.
Hey, Herc.
DJ Playlight says tag-alongs are one of my favorite Girl Scout cookies. And it's Girl Scout cookie season. So look out for your Thin Mints.
Local Girl Scouts. Look out. They're on the attack.
They're going to make you buy cookies.
Now I'm thinking of that Johnny Bravo episode.
McPhoenix says, "Hail." Oh, hello. Also,
Hail.
S1 Bros Dusk 64. Hey, I haven't seen you here. Great to see you.
Hello there. I just saw him over on Skogley's channel. He was watching Skogley play a game.
Oh, nice.
Oh, very cool.
The zombie
awesome.
game.
And something I wanted to point out about this effect. This is one of
please.
the first times in Star Trek where we see a 3D hologram monitor. So this is one of the first times where it's actually 3-dimensional, not 2-dimensional.
Exactly.
Right.
And I love it.
And
I just take it from
and in the Kobayashi Maru, the graphic for that when they're approaching the ship in distress. That's another great effect. I just love that.
I've been noticing. Yeah, I did notice all the wonderful computer graphics that I just take for granted because I expect them.
Well, it's a far cry. You think about it, it's a big leap and improvement over the original series where it was just static frames, hanging on the wall with a bulb behind them, right? Static pictures.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I love the drawing of the.
I know. So do I. It's perfect. So but also, Star Trek 6, there is even a better example of a 3D visual display. The camera, it locks in and it shows like we just saw there. But the camera pans away, and as it pans away, you can see the angle of the 3-dimensional hologram change.
Also, welcome to Brogu.
Brogu.
Yeah, there's animation. I love it. It's good. It's good. I'm so glad you point that stuff out.
And Uhura looking magnificent.
Yeah,
thank God that hair
gorgeous.
She had in TMP was a one-time thing. I don't know why. I just didn't like it.
I'm always okay with
hair is much better. Yeah.
I'm okay with her however she wants to wear her hair.
Well, there you go.
Well, the question, I don't know if it's her choice.
Oh, that's true. I don't know.
I'm sure
if it's her choice, I'm okay.
No, she's not exactly Ethel Merman.
If she's being made to wear her hair a certain way, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure actors get to look as good as they want to if they're hired onto a project.
Well, no, we know for sure that Jim Doohan didn't want to wear his hair the way it is in the third season.
Right.
Oh, right.
And here we are with our footage from the motion picture.
Yeah, I was just going to say, does everybody recognize this footage?
Yep, sure do.
But of course we do.
Right. It is smart too. It saved a lot of money. A lot of the Enterprise flyby shots and all those were rehashed, but I don't care. The money was wisely spent. I'll put it that way.
Yep.
Well, and that's one of the benefits of Harv Bennett being like he was a television producer before, and he said, well, if we have these assets, we might as well use them. That'll cut costs. And also they look great already.
Exactly. You're right.
Yep. I would have done the same.
They do. And good morning to Ivan Ivanovich. Wonderful to see you. Also, hello to Sandra listening from work as we encounter the Klingons at the neutral zone.
Hello, Sandra. I hope you're doing well.
Okay.
I love how you're saying that like you've never seen this movie before.
No, I have. It's just like it's always confused me. I'm like, okay, when are we seeing the Romulans? We're at the neutral zone. Klingons. Okay.
Well, and I like how the neutral zone is an egg.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make sense as a neutral zone.
It's the Klingon neutral zone, so it's an egg. There you go.
Yeah, so it's an oval. It doesn't make any sense. It's an oval. But but I do appreciate that. Like when there have been the upgrades to Star Trek throughout the years to sort of tweak the special effects, make them a little bit better for HD, even high definite, like not like 4K, but even like DVD quality and whatnot. When they did it for the original series, they changed it so that it was sharper, but not different. And I appreciate that here as well, is that even if everyone's always had the nitpick, and it's like, why is the neutral zone like an egg? Why? That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't it be a border? Shouldn't it be a band or something? And in this particular, it's not like is it encapsulating the entire Klingon Empire? No, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like I could buy that there is one. There is such a thing that we just didn't hear about before, but that it looks like that. That is.
But when they touched up the special effects, they never changed them to fit like what it was to logically facilitate.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, me too. Oh, absolutely. I
just wanted to ask a question, and I'm so glad you had the answer.
I would be so messed up if I saw
Lemon
neutral zone. Lemon.
Hey,
hello, Lemon Pie.
Good to see you, Lemon. Hope you're doing well.
Also, Slim Nim.
Admiral.
Slim Nim.
Hello there. Well, you've got a great turnout today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I know that there's some love for this movie, just a little bit out there.
Right. Since you guys happen to be here, maybe hit the like button, and if you haven't done so, subscribe to Anti-Derivative Jill's channel,
and share it on the X.
Share it on the X. Share it on Facebook. Share it on everything.
Oh no, Spock's dead.
I got that clip on purpose.
Yeah, I thought you did.
That slide.
And here's our Lord and Savior, James T. Kirk.
Prayer, Mr. Savick.
Right. Excellent intro too. The visual of it, it's magnificent.
I just don't have the gold going down the side.
And in my opinion, I mentioned this when we watched TMP, but I think DeForest Kelly looks better here than he did in TMP. He just looks so skinny and withdrawn and older there. I don't know. He just looks more like he did in TOS here. I don't know if it's makeup or the lighting. Could be the lighting. We've got a lot of dark shading now. Remember, everything was bright and lit up in the first one.
He finally got to eat because he had Star Trek the Motion Picture money.
There you go.
Well, there's that too.
Yeah.
What about my performance? I'm not a drama critic.
Yeah.
I'm an admiral, not a drama critic.
And as we all know, Kirstie Alley got her start on Match Game with Gene Rayburn.
Oh, you see, I would think that this is where she got her start. I had no idea where she started.
No, and he was bumbling all over her because she's a beautiful woman, I admit. And Gene, I'll just put it nicely, Gene Rayburn was a ladies' Man, he's like, blah, 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 he was stumbling over his words. But I don't know. I resented her. I thought she was like Troy. I hate to say that. It took me a long time to get over it. I know. I was like, who's this idiot? Because my first thought when we were watching this is, who's this idiot piloting the Enterprise? And oh my God, she gets the Enterprise destroyed.
Okay.
So for years, I didn't like the character because I always thought she was like Troy, even though I know it was a no-win scenario. It just took me a while for her character to grow on me. So nothing personal against Kirstie Alley.
Kirstie Alley was
yes, that does make sense.
She was a Trekker.
I do think
she was a fan of the show, and she would fantasize that she was the daughter of Mr. Spock.
Well, did they ever make it official where she's supposed to be half Romulan?
That's one thing that I was going to bring up. I really wish they had not cut that out. I wish they had made that apparent, because then her little bits of emotion make more sense.
Yes, that's what threw me off too. I was like, well, she's a terrible Vulcan.
Yeah, when she says "damn" during the Kobayashi Maru, and then she's her reaction to the crewman, and also at Spock's funeral, she's crying.
Her tears,
tears, her tear at Spock's funeral. And if they had made that clear that she was part Romulan, then it would be okay. We get it.
That makes it work perfectly for me.
Yeah, because that was another thing that confused me too at the time. I didn't know that, but I guess by the time they got to Robin Curtis, they just dropped all emotion, and she was strictly Vulcan.
Yes.
And I could see what you say about Troy now in terms of flying the ship. They did kind of acted a little funny about her doing that.
That really dates the movie. Is the whole they're upset, or how Kirk is reacting to Saavik piloting. No, she's just sitting in the captain's chair giving orders. It's like,
right.
It's like, what are you nervous about? Because she's a girl. It's like,
no, that wasn't it at all. It was like, who's this person that's crashing the Enterprise? Is what I thought. But then, but it makes sense. That's why Kirk is not surprised. He's not shocked. He's not hard on her, because he knows that it's the no-win scenario. She doesn't know that yet.
No, I'm talking about when they're going out of space dock.
Oh, well, yeah, because we've seen this scene. It wasn't because she's a woman. It's just that, after seeing this scene, we're like, we were on our guard.
Well, it's a no-win scenario, so everyone's going to blow the ship up.
Well, I'm looking at this. I have this book. I didn't really get to read it. I might read a bit of it if I can find anything while we're talking, but it's called The Making of Star Trek II by Alan Asherman, and it says here, it does say that she is supposed to be half Vulcan, half Romulan.
Yes, indeed.
And so, but this book was made so long ago, it's like, hopefully in the next movie we get to learn more about her. And of course we know that she doesn't play Saavik again.
Yeah, that blame her agent, who was too aggressive with getting her a raise for the next film. It's like,
well, you guys heard about her and her chickens, right?
No.
Yeah, one of the problems that the cast had, she had no problem with it, of course, but the rest of the cast, the production crew had, is she brought a couple chickens with her. She said they were comfort chickens.
And you're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. And they were crapping all over the place, and they were.
She was ahead of her time.
During the making of this film, she had comfort chickens.
Yes.
That is so. Yeah. Okay. I can understand.
Way out there, and I saw her in an interview admitting it. But of course, it was funny. It was like Linda Carter with the Wonder Woman series. When they interviewed the star, they're like, I don't understand it. I had a wonderful time. And everybody around them were like, oh my God, get her out of here.
I adore the fact that Saavik doesn't have Vulcan eyebrows, and they just go with Kirstie Alley's natural eyebrows. Because she already has distinct. It's already distinct. She is.
I was going to say, she almost already has Vulcan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When she emotes, like people make fun of eyebrow acting, but when you're playing a Vulcan, eyebrow acting
Yeah,
is
it's
par for the course.
That's part of the thing. And then she was such a fan of Spock. She had it down, and I still, even despite the comfort chickens, I still wish she had continued on in the series because I really like her in this film. But again, I'm a toxic male, and so.
Oh yeah,
well, I have to say I preferred Robin Curtis because I thought she did a better job portraying a Vulcan.
Yes.
So when Robin Curtis came along, I was happy for that.
Okay.
I know that may not be a popular.
Well,
she had a heck of a time. You know about that pop culture curator. Robin Curtis had a heck of a time saying the line, "David is dead."
Yes,
without any emotion at all.
Yeah, I think he shot that like 50 times.
Yeah. Speaking of comfort animals, I'm joined by my other cat, Chico, who's here on my lap.
As long as Chico doesn't cluck.
Yeah, I can guarantee he won't do that.
And Cinema Gulp in the chat says, "What's wrong with comfort chickens?
They crap all over the Enterprise. That's what."
There you go.
And you can't get him to shut up. It's like, shut your beak.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with a comfort chicken.
Cleaning crew to the bridge. Cleaning crew to the bridge.
I do enjoy that. I do enjoy and these are all things that Nicholas Meyer wanted to inject into the production to make it seem more grounded. He said in the Blu-ray commentary that his Star Trek movies are the most sort of grounded in reality based on the situation in which they are. As he was a big fan of Horatio Hornblower, and he is a big fan of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Jules Verne,
Nicholas Meyer
is.
Oh, that's
and
good.
So what he wanted to do was bring it more down to earth so it was relatable as it goes back to that first title card in the 23rd century, just to explain what was happening.
What is ironic is that Horatio Hornblower, this is what Gene Roddenberry cited. But then he's total. Once we get to this film, he's an impediment, and he's not agreeing with Nicholas Meyer and the Horatio Hornblower. And it's like, what happened to Gene?
That's bizarre to me. But I appreciate.
Yeah, by this point they had already bumped him upstairs, so he wouldn't have so much control over
it.
And what he was against was the militaristic style of it.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that Nicholas Meyer went to the nth degree with the paramilitary thing. But aren't we all glad that we didn't get Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek II, where where the Klingons used the Guardian of Forever to go back in time and alter our history by by preventing the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Right.
It's like, okay,
interesting.
Yeah. That's what he wanted to do, and he kept harping on that. You got to go back and save John F. Kennedy. And of course, when they get to Star Trek IV and it's a time travel, he goes, "Well, I like that part of it, but you guys should go back and save John F. Kennedy."
Right. See, that's another reminder of, well, just like with the original series, is the less his hands were on it, the better they were. And a lot of he takes a lot of credit for what a lot of the other writers and other people put together.
Yeah,
Star Trek
he got even
collaborative
more
effort.
Yes, he got even more that way as each year went on.
Yeah, that's why people were quitting left and right. That's why by the time we get to the third season, there's hardly any originals left.
Exactly.
It's really great to hear that it was Nicholas Meyer who was pushing for the naval aspect of Star Trek, which is absolutely there, which Gene Roddenberry did put in his Bible for the original series. Plus, Harv Bennett also did, because he brought on a Star Trek fan named Jack B. Sowards, who helped write the script, who is also in the military. So
that's right.
All of that together really made this movie shine.
Well, and I think this is where I get my my adoration of the fact that this is a group of people who are doing their jobs. And Star Trek II, I think a lot of people forget, it's a training mission. Like this is people being trained to do the job that we have seen in the 5-year mission. that was the original series. And I appreciate that very, very much. You don't start off at the top of your game, but you work your way forward. Later on, we see a person at weapons control who is crying because of the horrors that have just been bestowed upon the Enterprise by Khan. And
how we deal with death is at least as important as how we deal with life.
Exactly. This is a teaching. People talk about, what do you introduce Star Trek? How do you introduce Star Trek? I think that it's so hard to introduce it with the Wrath of Khan because you do lose a character, but it's important. Like, I think it's important. I think this is a cornerstone of Star Trek.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Oh, my stars. I love the button clips.
Except, of course, happy birthday. Surely the best of times.
Oh, you don't have a shot of the janitor in the hallway?
Oh, Sweepy McSweeperson? Lieutenant Sweeperson?
No, I didn't. I'm so sorry to disappoint. I didn't want to get too many clips because then Paramount sees that I have a lot.
Well, I mean,
close together, and then it looks like I'm
just a still shot, because that grounds things, doesn't it? Have a
Yeah, but like she says, too many stills, and then they call it reused content. I'm having to deal with that right now, unfortunately.
I might even be violating that. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, well, you haven't been. Yeah, as long as you don't get flagged, you're fine.
She will.
Yeah.
And I just want to dispute for Lost in Space. By the way, I'm happy. I just got the results back that it was dismissed.
Good.
Awesome. Okay, that's good because I did the slides for that. So that means whatever
the content was on the music for the opening that I made.
Oh, the problem was on the music, not my
music.
slides.
Because here's what it is: it's not public domain, but it's Creative Commons. So they say with Creative Commons, you're free to use as long as you give credit to whoever did it. And if you go to the description of my video, down the very bottom of the description, I give credit. And they didn't see that. So whoever the company, freepd.com, I think is the website where I got the Creative Commons music from. They filed a complaint saying that I stole the music, and I appealed it. And I said, look, I even copy and pasted the exact quote from the website saying the music is free to use as long as you give credit. And yes, I won the appeal, and I'm happy. So.
Hooray.
That's good.
Congratulations.
Yeah, because I like that theme, and that means I'm free to use it from now on. No questions asked, so I'm happy.
Good.
Great. I like it too. And
I do enjoy
James Caserta is very attracted to Robin Curtis. Sorry, I just wanted to let him say something.
No.
I'm not going to argue that. Robin Curtis I thought was very beautiful too. A lot of people they always compare her with Kirstie Alley, but they're two totally different women. And she is very beautiful. And she's even better looking in person than on screen, by the way.
And the Reluctant Dragon is the same person as Ivan Ivanovich. So welcome to YouTube.
Hello there.
He says Jeffrey Hunter lost the Star Trek gig because his wife insisted he demand more money. Pretty much ended his career. Yeah.
Right, her exact quote was, "My husband is not a TV star."
Well, I think it was the horse that ended his career, but I also
his life. Yeah.
Right, I was gonna say that ended everything.
But I would like to say to James Caserta, and it's a pleasure to see you, Jim. I don't mean to be rude.
Hello, James.
When you say no, Gene Roddenberry trash talk, please, I would direct you to Survey Says, Pretty Maids All in a Row.
That's right.
But that's just exemplifying one of his other passions.
The man was a sex pervert.
That's Roddenberry unhinged.
But to be honest, guys, the reason why we when you guys listen to us talk about this is we're truthful. So you're going to hear it warts and all.
Yeah. Oh,
and I read an up on Gene Roddenberry where. No offense to anybody out there if you're a big Gene Roddenberry fan, but I'm not going to hold anything back. Actually, there's a lot that I don't bring up because it's
I'm right here.
Right, but there's a lot that I won't bring up, so I only do the highlights. I'll put it that way. But
that's why we get along, man.
I'm guilty of praising the other Gene L. Kuhn.
Oh yeah, me too. Well, I love him. Gene L. Kuhn, Dorothy Fontana,
and Dorothy Fontana.
Right, the lost masters of Star Trek. They don't get a lot of the credit, which they highly deserve it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then Samuel Peoples with his the script for the second pilot. He's very instrumental in a way too.
And Bob Justman.
And then Bob Justman. Yeah, we can't forget him.
Star Trek. It was created by a family, a group of people, not one person. One person took the credit, but we all know history. That's what the whole point is. He was trying to change history, and that's not good.
He was guilty of revisionistic stuff. I agree.
One of the lesser talked about heroes of Star Trek season 2 was John Meredith Lucas, who took on many roles to get us through that season.
Oh yes,
You know what this movie is lacking? Eddie Paskey.
But
we do get John Winston
for medicinal purposes.
I'm sorry.
No, but we're gonna get John Winston. But we'll get there.
Kyle,
I would like to say
you're agonizer.
This is the first instance of Romulan ale. This is the first time that we find out about the potency and the nature of Romulan ale. And the way that it was described in the novel, I think, is that you take a sip, you drunk. As a human.
As a human, okay.
Oh,
I don't know how Klingons and Vulcans react, but when and also one of the things I noticed while watching this, even though I was watching it with the audio commentary, is that McCoy gives Kirk a splash of Romulan ale, like I would say 1 finger. And when he pours himself a glass of Romulan ale, he gives himself a solid 3 fingers because everyone says Scotty is the drunk on the ship. But McCoy's the bartender.
Well, remember McCoy kept the booze in the lab because remember
exactly.
Kurt came and said, "Brandy,
sorry and brandy."
I'm sure we have that clip.
I'm more of a sorry and brandy guy. No.
Is it up or down? I think it's up.
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said, give me the brandy.
Perfect timing.
Love that clip.
Absolutely. Jill is the best at what she does.
Yes.
And you know what? I have so many clips, but they're all on my computer, and StreamYard only lets you have 100. So eventually I'm going to have them all organized so that I can grab more off tap from my entire collection.
So you have to remove some in order to fit more in. Is that right?
Yes, I had to remove like 10 videos today just for this movie, just so I could get.
No. Bones. This is charming.
No, is it like the other things on StreamYards where the more you pay, the more videos you can upload, or is that just limited no matter what?
No, it's just limited no matter what. I upgraded recently to be able to post to more locations.
Okay.
Still the same.
Oh no.
No.
Did you?
Is there a problem?
There's only one. Oh no, there's no problem.
Absolutely smashing.
You're afraid I removed that one.
I was afraid you lost Trelane, and I was like, that's no good.
And S1 Bro has to go. See you later.
Take care. Have a good one. Good to see you again. His avatar looks like Mike eats Suze's.
Yeah, it really does. Franco Walker says you don't drink Romulan ale. It drinks you.
True story.
Is no one going to mention the Kobayashi Maru was based on a real incident, says Gorilla's Random Thoughts.
Was it? I'm not familiar.
Well, I was hoping somebody
Does anybody know?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's too bad Gorilla's working on it. Tell him, get up here and tell us.
Yeah. I know that it was a contribution from I think it was Samuel Peoples that contributed that to the script.
But, yeah, well, I know it's a recurring theme throughout the movie, what it means to Kirstie Alley's characters, Sarek, and then what it means to Kirk and how he tested it, and what it means to Spock when he gives himself the test. He faces the test, of course, we know at the end. What do you think of my solution? But as it relates to reality, Gorilla, you've got to tell us.
I like in Star Trek 6 how McCoy says, it's like, we had 1 month left till retirement, and then Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's a perfect thing because it solidifies the reference. And this is a cornerstone of a lot of Star Trek lore. You get Romulan ale, Kobayashi Maru, the whatchamacallit, the prefix codes. Like, there's so much in this that is amazing. I love it. Also, I would like to say that they did turn the lighting down. It is moodier. And I know that that's something that people have criticized about modern. And I appreciate that because I agree, because they turned it off. But there is something about the more atmospheric lighting. Having Kirk and McCoy lit by the fire and just having a casual conversation between these two. It's not about space battles. It's about human relationships.
Going back to Kirk's apartment there, the skyline. Want a bit of trivia on the skyline there through the window?
It's San Francisco Bay, isn't it?
Yes, and it's from the film Towering Inferno.
Ooh.
And they added a few futuristic buildings in there, but the basic background plate is from the movie The Towering Inferno from 1974.
Which I love that movie, and that it was probably an establishing shot of the bay, so that's very cool. I love ingenuity.
Yeah, that is
it
really
a lot
cool.
of money.
Well, another thing I love in this movie are all the literary references. And so the first one we saw, of course, was A Tale of Two Cities for Kirk's birthday, and the main crux of this scene is about old age, how Kirk is, I guess he's having a midlife crisis of some sort. And so he says,
"Why are we treating yours like a funeral?"
It's interesting, again, going back to Nicholas Meyer, is that Manny Koto says that this is a movie about aging, and references the fact that it's, what happens when a virile young man who is in command of his own destiny, as Kirk is or was, what happens when he becomes old. And Nicholas Meyer sort of countered with that and said, well, what happens to test pilots when they are done, like when they age out of being test pilots? Like when you are out of your physical prime, what do you get? And it is promotion to a desk job. So it was something that sort of tweaked in my brain, is that it's not necessarily all about age. I think that that's what Bones is saying, is like, just because you're getting old doesn't mean you're getting useless. It just means that you have so many skills that you can't apply anymore.
A lot of
because you've been promoted.
A lot of the test pilots, like Chuck Yeager, for example. Sorry, my dog. He flew until he was really old. So I think it's like driving a car. They keep testing them and their reflexes and everything to see if they're able to. And as long as they're able to, they can fly for a long time. So by the time they're forcibly retired to a desk job, I would say in their 80s, somewhere around there probably.
Well, look at John Glenn. John Glenn went to space. He's the oldest man in space, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he was the oldest one. When he returned to space.
Yes.
Didn't Shatner beat him though?
No, Shatner just went up and down on a ride.
He was a passenger.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. All right.
What goes up must come down.
Yeah, but you know what? Pop culture curator, he was the one who appreciated his carnival ride more than anyone else in that capsule.
He did.
He was actually,
and he even looked at the camera. So he even addressed the fans out there. He knew there was a camera, and it was sad because Jeff Bozo disrespected him when he came off the rocket. He was like all excited and he was trying to talk about it. And Jeff Bezos said next and just ignored him and walked away.
Well,
you watch that video and Shatner like shrugs. Yes.
No, I watched that whole video. Shatner was talking for like 30 minutes to him.
He was, but if you look, go back and watch it, and you'll see that without any kind of warning, Bezos just walks away, and Shatner's like, "Huh," and then just shuts up. Maybe because he's not used to that. I don't know.
I listened to that Space Flight live,
speechless.
and I was so happy with it, and the last thing that I was listening for was Jeff Bezos. I just wanted to hear Bill.
I didn't.
I was listening to
exactly, Scotty. I was so happy to hear from him that I didn't care that Bezos didn't say anything.
No, I wanted to hear Shatner talk. I wanted to hear every word of what he said, and it was like a child. It was like something we would say, because we forget that he's just an actor and he's never really been in space. So he was overwhelmed, and I thought that was magnificent. I just didn't like how Bezos cut him off and just walked away from him to go talk to him.
I focused on the euphoria that Bill had.
You're right.
And I didn't notice anybody else. Like when he was looking out the window of the pleasure cruise, I suppose, I was just like, I'm so glad that he's there. Like if I were to trade places with him, I wouldn't. Like
you're not wrong. Yeah,
I would want him there instead of me.
And you're not wrong though. If any one of us were with Shatner, we'd let him talk all day.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't talk to anybody else. I was going to say, "Oh, listen to people. Screw them." I'll stand there and talk to William Shatner, and I'll say, "Just keep going. You keep going. I'll listen as long as you have to. As long as you want to talk, I'm here to listen."
Yeah, I would have.
Right? I would have told. Waitlist. I'm just going to be Hey, Bill, can you give me a piggyback? It's like we're waitlist.
I can't. I'm too old.
One question I would have had for him is standing here, and now that you've been at this room, they've been up to space. I'll give them credit. Do you have any tribute for your fellow cast members from Star Trek? I would have asked them that one question.
Yeah.
Anything to say about that? Because we'd already lost Doohan and we lost Kelly. We lost a lot of them up to that point, and it would have been nice to. But of course, he's not thinking about that's a job. Why bring up your job when you're having a blast and you just went to space, right?
Yeah. Agreed.
But I'm sure he was ready for a question like that, and he didn't get one. But this is how you know it's science fiction. San Francisco is a clean, vibrant metropolis.
Right. No feces on the windows.
Uh-oh. The news kept calling the suborbital flight on orbit. Almost gave me a stroke.
I'm glad almost. Reluctant Dragon.
Almost?
It would have helped if he at least went out as far as, like, let's say the space station and back. I mean, I would have felt a little better, but.
Yeah.
But
deep space.
Jill, can you send me this screenshot? This is one of the best moments of friendship that I've seen on film.
Yes, and I will give you one without Eric's all over it.
Oh, no. Give me one with Eric's.
And hello to Matt G. Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, MCU.
Hello, Taylor Swift, a.k.a. Matt G. Good to see you.
Hey, TSGTDSW ampersand MCU.
Alrighty then. Jeez.
Well, come on. I want to be specific.
Really?
So here's where we finally get to the Reliant. Yes.
First Officer Pavel Chekhov.
And Scotty, what class of ship is the Reliant?
Miranda.
You got it.
I know my stuff, sir.
That's right.
Oh, I love the Miranda class. In fact, what was Captain Sisko's, Commander Sisko? His ship was a Reliant class. Oh, I forget the name of it. And I'm Saratoga. The Saratoga,
yeah.
Which was also a Miranda class in Star Trek 4.
Right. They mentioned it in Star Trek 4.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I love the introduction of the new ship classes in this film. And it's something that happens in Star Trek 3 as well with the Oberth. This is obviously Regula Station is Regula 1 is obviously the inversion of the space station over Earth in Star Trek the Motion Picture, which is a model that was still around. And again, Harv Bennett is an incredible, like, you want to do this for cheap? I can still make it look good.
But the station is not flipped upside down like it was in the motion picture.
Well, you would say that this is flipped upside down because in the initial design, it was intended to have the pointy part up. The bulbous was at the bottom.
Yeah.
These space stations, they look good upside down or right side up.
Well, and it makes sense in universe for them to reuse such technology.
Yep. You got to use it. That's what I do.
Well, they're at SETI Alpha 6, or at least they think it's SETI Alpha 6.
Poopus is here.
Yeah, hello, Snortopoopus Cuber. There's no upside down in space. Oh, right.
They have a point there.
Down is where the planet is. Come on, give me that much.
Now, you'd think that when they entered this solar system, they would have counted the planets.
Right? No, they didn't. No, the astrometrics team were
like,
dropping the ball.
Isn't there supposed to be 6 planets?
Well, this is Regula.
This is Regula 1. It's at orbit a moon.
Yeah.
You're a little bit ahead of yourself.
Oh, I'm ahead of my. Excuse me. Yes, I am.
Oh, I might have said that, so I messed you up.
I was a little confused.
Right, they're not in the SETI Alpha system yet.
That's right.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
The guys in the red are on the monitor there, and they're talking to Carol and telling her what's going on.
That's what I was trying to. That's where I was.
And of course, that prop with the lasers was used many, many times in TV shows and movies, including Airplane 2, where William Shatner pointed it out.
I'm glad.
That was great.
The gentleman on the left is Johnny Slash. No.
Johnny Slash?
Yeah.
From what? What's Johnny Slash?
Square Pegs.
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
I do.
Metric Buttock? Are you talking about something he did before this? Close. Well, thank you.
Yeah, he was on the sitcom Square Pegs.
Gotcha.
I do want to say, and I know this may be a little bit too much of a reveal, but Bibi Besh as Carol Marcus is one of the most beautiful women that I have ever seen in my entire life. And maybe it's because I saw her when I was 7 and she was matronly and blonde. My mother was a brunette. But I have always been attracted to older women, and not much older. Like, I'm not, I'm 40 something now. And so I'm not, banging 50-year-olds, although I think she is here now. But I think that Bibi Besh is gloriously attractive.
What did you see her in before this?
This is it. This is it.
Okay, gotcha.
And this was just a representation, and I was like, damn. Everyone talks about Kirstie Alley in this, and I didn't fall in love with Kirstie Alley until Cheers. But Bibi Besh in this movie, I was like, I'm fine with this. And I think that there is something to do with the correlation between Kirk and Carol. And there is something that I imagine her as a younger woman, and I'm not saying like much younger. I'm saying like in her 30s or 20s. But they even reintroduce Carol Marcus in the Star Trek 25th anniversary Interplay video game, and there is a brief sort of commiseration between Kirk and Carol, and I love it. I love this woman. I love this character. I've seen her in other things, and I'm always like, I wish you were Carol Marcus. And I think I think she's stunning. I think she's
Scotty. Do you agree, or do you have you heard of the little theory or fan theory where Carol Marcus is the blonde technician that Gary Mitchell quote aimed at Kirk.
Oh, that's a theory.
If I hadn't aimed that little blonde technician,
I almost married her.
I almost married her.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah.
I love her. I love her as much as Jim Kirk did, except for the fact that he abandoned her with child.
Well, no, she asked him to stay away.
Right. Yeah. Yes, right. She did the California separation. Man, you stay away. Kid's gonna grow up not knowing you and hating you. Yeah, that's the whole. That's the California rate of.
I didn't know that was a term, sir.
It is, unfortunately, and that's what it's a lot of broken families because of that attitude. I loathe it.
Carol Marcus didn't want David to be gallivanting with his dad across the universe, and of course, it's like, well, why not?
Right, that's called a broken dysfunctional family, and once again, because of that, the kid hates the father because he doesn't know him. That's the whole point of them breaking up the families, and that's why I really, really hate it.
But technically, that was the only way to make it not seem like
plot-wise,
Kirk was a bad father. He was told to stay away, and he was doing what she asked, and for the
right, but it's automatically taking Captain Kirk, which we've all known and respected, and making him a deadbeat dad.
No, not necessarily. No, I don't agree.
It seems like he would have been more insistent on being part of his son's life, in my opinion. But
I think that
I know that's neither here nor there.
Your dog agrees as well.
I think
really quiet pooch.
Puppies rule.
The dialogue later in the film specifically outlines why Kirk was not a part of David's upbringing, and it specifically says that it was Carol's decision.
It was,
and I don't think that it is a character flaw in either of them. I think that it is a 23rd century.
I did what you wanted. I stayed away.
Exactly.
I did what you wanted. I stayed away.
And now look, I've got a son who doesn't know me and hates me. Yeah. So exactly. Finished it. See, that's the problem. It shouldn't be only. It's you got to remember both of them produce. It's the same with California. Both of them produce that kid. They both should have a say so rather than the woman taking over and saying, "I don't care what you think. I'm taking the kid." But in this California, it's for welfare.
But in this story, David reconciles with his father.
Well, yeah, but it's still after a whole life of turmoil and hating him. I mean, years and years later, he's almost 30 years at this point. Go ahead.
It is very specific to say that none of this would have happened if it weren't for Khan. It is a situation not manipulated, but through the discovery of Khan that makes it so that all of these characters crash back together. Whether you call it a plot contrivance or just good storytelling, the entire reason that Carol and Kirk get back together to meet David is not through their choice. It's because Khan shows up. And I would like to remind everybody that the name of the movie is The Wrath of Khan.
Right. And without Khan, David never would have met his father.
Fine.
Right.
So
that's not right.
That was what Carol wanted.
But that's what I'm saying is it's not always 100% up to the mother. The father produced the kid as well. I don't know. I think I'm going to eternally disagree with you. I came from a deadbeat family with a deadbeat dad because my mom said, "Oh no, this is what we're seeing right here," and because of that, I never knew my dad. He was a deadbeat, and I ended up loathing him. The whole time, if I ever go see him again, will be to piss on his grave. And I don't like broken, dysfunctional families, and that's all they portray now.
But that's not what's happening now, because even David does know who Kirk is, and it's like that overgrown Boy Scout.
Exactly, which is a negative thing to say about your own father. But think about this. So
no, it's not.
Imagine you were there. Imagine you were there when Carol and Kirk had the conversation, and she says, "I'm going to keep David," and Kirk just said, "Oh, okay." Sure, why not? I don't need to see him. I don't care.
Well, but
how would you word it if you were a father?
Well, no, okay, but I think that you're making an assumption that, like, Carol.
I know we're off topic. I'm sorry, Jim.
No, you're right. I understand. I understand some of what you went through. I had a dad that I was like, well, why doesn't he want to come and see me?
Exactly. It was like, I just don't like to see deadbeat dads portrayed. I mean, it's a negative. Now they're more prolific than ever, unfortunately.
But the thing is that Carol knew how much importance Jim Kirk put on his career. And she says specifically in the movie, he could have been running around the galaxy with you in your world, or he could have been with me in mine, and I wanted him in mine.
You don't think it sounds selfish?
No, I think it was a matter of safety, maybe protection on Carol's part.
Is that her? So that's her decision to make, completely 100%.
And what saves it for me, I think, is it feels like Kirk offered to raise David. Kirk would have wanted to be there.
But that's also
I don't think that Kirk would walk away from.
That's
David.
what I'm saying. I don't think he would either.
But that's also why we get Peter Preston in the movie with the excised.
I know, but that's a different.
No, it's the same. It's a parallel. It's all in the same movie when we make the.
No, I know, but we're talking specific. Yeah, we're talking about this family.
Right. So we had Scotty.
Preston was Scotty's offspring. Right?
Exactly. So Scotty has a family member who dies in Starfleet, and that is what Carol is trying to protect David from. And I think that sort of correlative narrative is what makes the difference very powerful.
Well, how about the fact that David's now an adult? You don't think at any point in his life the mother should say, "I think you need to meet your father"?
He's a brilliant scientist, and aside from the proto matter,
he's a mama's boy too. I mean, he's a mama's boy.
So what? I love my mom.
I don't know. He doesn't have now remember, he's supposed to be the son of Captain Kirk, and he has none of Captain Kirk's abilities.
Except for creating one of the most revolutionary terraforming technologies in the history of humanity.
Sure, of course. Yeah, he's a pencil neck. That's fine. But I'm just saying for us growing up for years watching TOS, I mean, we always imagined if Kirk had a son that he'd be at least somewhat like a chip off the old block. He'd be, daring and brave and heroic. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Pop culture curator, we're getting ahead of the game, but don't you remember the next movie, what he does in the next movie? So
he's cowboy scientist.
I know. But I'm just talking about why I don't think she should have had full custody and Kirk stayed away the whole time.
The reason why David dies is because he sacrifices himself. So
right, but I'm talking about her reasoning for keeping him away from the father the whole life is what I'm talking about. I'm thinking risking his life as part of the business.
Yeah.
If she's so overprotected, why did she even let him in Starfleet at all?
Who?
Carol Marcus.
Carol
Marcus didn't let David into.
Okay.
But she could have prevented it, and he's in Starfleet. He's right next to her wearing a uniform.
Well, now who's overbearing?
Well, are they Starfleet or are they civilians?
They're civilians.
They're civilians.
That's why they're so angry when they think that Starfleet is now going to take Genesis away from commandeer.
Scientists have always been pawns of the
This is a really
military.
good debate, and I think it was really well laid out. Thank you so much, Pop Culture Curator.
I'm sorry.
37. No, don't be
shouldn't
sorry.
bring my personal feelings into it.
No, but I have some similar feelings that I don't exactly always talk about either about that.
Same here. I've never brought it up before on a live stream, so yeah.
Yeah, no.
But that's the purpose of a good movie, is to be able to elicit emotions and have this conversation. Like, I'm glad that I'm doing this with friends.
And so I think you do bring up a good point. Both of you, definitely. But I want to say hello to Snortopoopus Cuber. And so he's here. He got here.
Hello.
I know I read one of his comments before, but I didn't say hi. Frankel Walker says, please subscribe, share, and hit the like and select live chat.
Thank you, Frankel.
Strange dad.
Snortopoopus says, I have a son who hates me and can't throw a decent punch to save his life.
So you can beat him in a fight. That's good news.
No, but that's how David meets Kirk as they get into a little fight.
It is, yeah, and Kirk does handily take care of David
very easily.
He needed a strong father to teach him how to box.
Right.
Darn right.
Oh, that's why I like that song about a deadbeat dad called from Johnny Cash, A Boy Named Sue. I knew I wasn't going to be there, so I gave you a name that would force you to get into all these fights.
Oh, that's such cruel.
I know, it's so cruel. It's a funny song. Blade Runner's here. He says, I always thought her delivery with the line Kirk was never a Boy Scout, had a very strange inflection instead of Boy Scout.
Well, Blade Runner, I do love it. I do enjoy BB Besh's performance.
And thank you, Darius Munchausen, for giving us the
Con.
Hey, thank you, Jim. I can't do
it. New information on Carol Marcus, because you guys was going back and forth, and I was going. A fan film made the beginnings of Kirk and Carol Marcus in Star Trek New Voyages, The Hottest Thing. So check that out. That is the beginning of Kirk and Carol right there.
Oh, there you go. The fan films.
Okay,
check those out.
So it took place during the TOS era, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello to Devil Flyer Momentum. James Caserta says, I think Klingons blackmailed David.
Well, no, they stabbed him.
Yeah,
to death.
Darius texts his mom. I text mine every day too.
And I used to with my mother was alive, so I completely agree.
Dude, I'm watching Fargo with my mom right now, and it's a blast. Hey, Ben.
And hello to Professor R2. Welcome to the panel, Ben from Cinema Gulp.
Hello. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah, Mr. Miles says he hasn't seen his father since he was 11 or 12. It was crappy because of that. So there, but because of that, I will never be a crappy father myself. So there was
that's right. That was my point. Is I wouldn't let, because of what my dad did, I would never let that happen. If I conceived a child with a woman and she said, "Well, I'm going to keep you stay away," she would be putting up the biggest fight of her life. I'll put it that way. So that's why I don't take it so easily. I would put up a fight. I wouldn't be the father. Oh, okay. See you later. Go apply for welfare. Get your Section 8 and your WIC.
Yeah, see, the thing is that I did have the pleasure of impregnation, and my first order of business was to absolutely obliterate that fetus. So
I'm sorry, Scott.
Yeah, no, it's not a big deal, not anymore, but it still weighs with me, and I would rather have an estranged son or daughter than knowing that my first order of fatherhood was to kill the child.
Yes, that's what it is. I know we can't talk too much in detail.
Let's get heavy, ladies and gentlemen. We're on SETI Alpha 5.
I know what you mean about I know what you mean by the VHS version, Scotty, because it was all pan and scan back then. It was pan and scan. We didn't get these widescreen shots like this. So,
but even like there's no high definition with the sandstorm, and you don't get the definition of the terrain of the planet. It's incredible. Like the fact that we have this now, almost film quality. Like when you were in 1982 and you were watching this, it is crisp as crisp things, and it looks amazing. But when I was watching it on my VHS, it looked like, okay, so everything's orange, great.
Well, right, it's the low resolution plus the pan and scan. You're just seeing like the center of the screen. Totally. You know, as a pan and scan used to always do cut off the sides. I always hated it, but I was so happy when they started releasing videotapes, what they called at the time, letterboxed.
What's on the shelf? What's on the shelf?
Paradise Lost is the book that they reference in Space Seed for whenever Khan is sent to the planet to Cestus 5.
SETI Alpha.
SETI Alpha 5.
Cestus is the Gorn.
The Gorn.
Cestus 3.
Oh, I'm fired.
You are. Get out of here.
And Scotty was not up on his Milton, and so
no, he was not.
Oh no!
So Kirk had to fill him in at the end of Space Seed. There,
we got some Moby Dick.
Yeah, Moby Dick is what this movie's based on.
What is
and
this
King
statute?
Lear.
What is statute regulations?
Statute regulations, and we can't read the rest of it because it's.
That's gotta be a Starfleet.
Yeah.
That's got to be a Starfleet.
And
this is amazing. I love it.
And there's a Holy Bible.
Oh, is there? Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Or Genesis.
It's next.
Where's
it's next to King Lear.
Sorry, Ben?
I said, where is Infinite Jest?
I was wondering where do androids dream of electric sheep?
Yeah.
Well, there's also Dante's Inferno.
Oh,
yes,
dude.
Dante's Inferno.
I have tried to read all of these books. And I love Walter Koenig is so fantastic in this Botany Bay.
And he gets to scream again.
Can we go back?
Please.
To the inside the Botany Bay. All right.
Yeah.
As a word of note, they edited the scene out, but in this shot, Captain Terrell is actually looking at Khan's son. There's an infant, and he's looking at him. And when look it up, you'll find out it's true. So when Chekhov says, "We've got to get out of here," watch closely at what Terrell is saying, and he says, "What about the child?" And then that's when they walk out and they see Khan. But that scene was cut out where he says, "What about the child?"
Well, there was supposed to be a baby.
Yeah.
Yes, and the child was supposed to go with him aboard the Reliant, and the child was supposed to be next to the Genesis device when it exploded.
Speaking of this scene, I got to say, we here at Cinema Go, we are huge fans of Paul Winfield, and anything he does, he just
I second
better.
that. Yes, great.
Effing A.
I thought it was. I'll just say, I'm saying this very lightly. Not a fan of Dharmaka Tanagra. I thought that was shameful for him to do that.
Yeah, man, but that coffee is 2 hours old. I put a cigarette in it.
I love that episode, but we'll talk about that some other day.
Well, I had already seen, Enemy Mine. I'd already seen Robinson Crusoe
on Mars. I love that too.
Right.
I love that trope wherever it happens. It happened. They also did it on the Orville.
Yes.
Paul Winfield is he's a treasure. He is a treasure.
He was
a treasure.
Yeah.
Okay, Captain Terrell, who plays Captain Terrell.
Paul Winfield.
Yes, Paul Winfield.
Yeah.
Oh, and one of the funny things going through this scene is that Nicholas Meyer refuses to let go of the fact that the SETI eels are real. He's like, we had to have the Humane Society on set. Apparently, they're endangered, and
it wasn't real.
Have you guys?
No,
noticed...
I know it wasn't, but he goes through it in the audio commentary, and there's something that in the audio commentary with Nicholas Meyer is Manny Cotto keeps asking about, like, where did you shoot this? How did you do that? And he's like, I'm not going to show you all the cards up my sleeve. He does maintain a level of filmmaker that he's like, you know what? I appreciate that we're on an audio commentary, but I'm not going to tell you how I do my shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so Scotty, or anybody on the panel for that matter. So the SETI eels. Has anybody seen the movie Stargate? Not the shows, but just the movie.
I only saw the movie and not the show.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the movie.
Bill.
I refuse to watch it, and I don't want to hear it. So I'm going to go.
I've seen all the Stargate.
So in the movie, when they go to the indigenous camp and they're having that dinner, one of the main course that they eat is designed exactly like one of those, and the delicacy of the meal is to pull out the little ones from the inside of it. So, when he's using those seizures, excuse me, in this to pull out the little ones to put in the ear. That's like
Mhm.
pretty much what they're eating in Stargate. I know it's not meant to be the same thing, but it reminds. The first time I saw Stargate, I'm like, wow, same concept, same design, same like back and body structure.
I'm wondering if it's the same prop.
Interesting.
Latex tends to degrade after a while.
Well, oh yeah, it tastes like chicken though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it tastes like chicken part when he pulls that piece out. It's like from the little inside of its back. Yeah.
No, that's great.
Yep, that's what they said.
I love Chekhov in this scene so much. Just the look on his face.
Mm-hmm. The Reluctant Dragon says I was in the theater at the first showing on release day and laughed out loud when it was revealed that the ship had the same name as those garbage Dodge K cars.
Yes, they were actually called the Reliance, and they were exact opposite. They were far from being reliable.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they made a lot of lemons back. Well, it's not like they don't make lemons anymore, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where lemon pie comes from?
I don't
know.
Lemon pie. Lemon law. When I say lemon law.
Damn, it's a joke. Boy, that went south pretty quick.
No, I'm sure somebody appreciated it.
Cordoba. That's a good one.
How about Pinto? You know, they might as well named it that.
Cordoba with Corinthian leather.
Fine Corinthian leather. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, they could have showed Khan on the bridge saying, "I'm not sitting here until this has fine Corinthian leather in this chair." By the way, you know what that Corinthian leather means, right? I saw him on an interview with Johnny Carson, and they were laughing. Johnny Carson asked him because they were making fun of those old commercials. What's Corinthian leather? And Ricardo Montalban said it was just a fancy word they came up with.
Exactly, just fiction.
Yep.
Sounded good, especially when Ricardo Montalban said it.
Oh yeah, when it rolls off the tongue, it's like,
that's right.
You believe it, yes.
I love it when he says, "Unbreakable, impervious to everything but water." He says that in The Naked Gun. Sorry.
Yes. And I thought this was a great scene too, because it was a good way of them establishing that Khan is still as strong as ever. So I know it's a short scene, but when he lifts Chekhov up with one hand, it's like, oh yeah, that's still the same old Khan. He's still strong and able and agile. So that was a good thing. They a good way of establishing that he still has the strength without going through a big elaborate fight scene or something like that. So I thought that was well. Just got right through it.
And speaking of this particular scene, it's good that Chekhov gets to scream again, which is his title for this movie.
Yeah.
Star Trek 2, Chekhov screams again.
Well, that's a thing that happens throughout the original series.
That's right.
Where he screams quite
we
a
love
lot.
it.
Like he needs
and the
someone to
movies.
scream, he
And the
can do it.
movies.
In the movies.
This is City Alpha 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you forget it.
He's trying to keep below the surface.
Mhm.
He immediately calmed down and then proceed what he was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. This is where we find out Kirk didn't bother to check on them, and also whoever's in charge of astronomy at Starfleet weren't really paying attention either.
One thing that bugs me is he says 6 months after they were left there. I'm like, let's change that to 6 years. Okay. 6 months. It's like, I just don't buy that.
Well, that means I guess we're supposed to be led to believe that means they were just barely getting started, probably just planting crops and stuff like that.
Yeah, and everyone except there's one member of Khan's group there that's the right age. Everybody else is way too young.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah, but they could have. It's too bad they didn't have one or two originals from the episode Spacey.
Yeah,
it's okay.
That's okay. I'll let that go.
Yeah, that
I'm
would
not
have
going
been
to
cool.
nitpick. I'm not going to nitpick
That's
anymore.
really a good point. Unless augments age slower, but then that doesn't explain Khan.
There's one guy that's the right age. He's in the background. He appears on the Reliant Bridge scenes. He's in the back.
Yes.
But, and this actor and this blonde actor
on the right, yes,
on the right, he's not even credited because his agent
screwed up.
Yeah, he said, "Well, we'll wait till we get a better
offer.
We can get a better better offer and negotiate for a better credit." And he ended up not getting any at all.
Yeah, but this movie got him a very short-lived TV show. It lasted about one season called Phoenix.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I do love Joaquin.
Yeah, and then he faded into obscurity.
The first
isn't it Yochum?
I thought it was Joaquin.
You could be right.
Oh, it's the name of the actor?
No,
the name of the character.
The character
is Joachim.
On the far right.
They spelled it.
Yochum. Yes, Yochum.
They spelled it different on the on Space Seed, and they screwed up the spelling.
You replaced
for the movie.
Knowing now, Joaquin Phoenix. When it comes to Joachim or Joaquim or however, like, does Khan say his name?
Yes, one time at the end, Joachim.
Yeah.
So it is
when he
Joachim.
dies.
It is Joachim.
Joachim?
Something like that. I think pop culture is leaning towards the more correct answer.
Yeah.
But basically, he's the guy who throughout the movie, he's like, "Hey, you got the Reliant ship. We don't need to be chasing Kirk. Hey, you got then he's like, "Hey, you got the Genesis device. We can get out of here."
Right. The only other time I heard that name was in the Ten Commandments because they were Hebrew, and that's a Hebrew name, meaning son of God. So I remember Moses had a brother named Joachim. I think it's Joachim.
Well, and it is an implication through the movie that this is, how long has it been? 20 years?
15
years.
Let's not forget, these people are genetically engineered super people.
Yep.
And so the development
and so Khan should look exactly like he did in 1967. No.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry.
But I'm just saying, when people, like, I think that a lot of Khan's, like a lot of the Supermen are they look as good as they do because they're genetically engineered to age slowly.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's what I was asking earlier, if they age slower because they're augments or not, or maybe the aging accelerates once you hit a certain age. So you can make things up.
Right, maybe like when they're losing their testosterone.
All they have to eat is soy.
I lost my testosterone. Oh man.
Snorted Poop says Monster
now.
done Mr. Rourke for so long, he had to rewatch Space Seed to get back into character. Yeah, that's true. And this is what I've been saying the whole time, PJ Bear. I keep saying it over and over. Stellar cartography dropped the ball. Shouldn't they notice a missing planet?
Right, that's what I mentioned.
But PJ, I think that you're applying 24th century stellar cartography to a 23rd century situation. They're still exploratory. This isn't necessarily the mapping that was available by the time we get to the next generation. I get where you're coming from, and if that is an argument, and I can absolutely participate in that, and I will cede if you think that it is a failure of Starfleet. But at this point, even being 15 years after Space Seed, I still think that if you want to chart a region of space, you have to go there, as opposed to the 24th century, where there are the Argelius observatories that just map space.
Or probes. You got probes that are advanced enough where they can chart.
Yeah.
Mr. Miles wants to ask the question that everybody wants to ask.
Yeah.
So we going to speculate on why Khan acted like he had met Chekhov in Space Seed, even though we never saw it?
Never mentioned in canon.
Right, but it's a scene that it was something that happened off screen. He wasn't part of the bridge crew, but Khan must have encountered him.
There's
we can,
we can
hand wave that away.
Right, because he didn't show up until the second season, so they're saying that maybe he was training down below under a different
capacity. That's what they did back when this film was first released. I remember reading stuff in Starlog.
Well, in reality, it's because Walter Koenig helped write the scene, and he didn't explain to them that he wasn't in the original. Chekhov was not in the original episode, and he knew that while helped write the scene, but he wanted to intentionally take more lines away from George Takei.
Well, and this is something that is addressed in again in the audio commentary with Nicholas Meyer, and he said that he wanted not only in this movie but just to understand the size of the ship, is that just because someone isn't on screen doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't there. So when I say Eddie Paskey was not in this movie, maybe he was. Maybe he was in engineering. But and this is the thing, is that during the original 5-year mission of the Enterprise, it happened. I don't know. And again, it's headcanon. It happened off screen. But even when Khan was going through the roster of the Enterprise at the time, maybe he knew about a technician who was on, for lack of a better term, the lower decks. And he was promoted because of his aptitude. Spock took a shining to him. When you go to our Tuesday shows, when we're reviewing the original series, I really admire the mentorship that Spock gives Chekhov. And so I think that must have started before Chekhov appeared on screen.
And that is what fans accept, is that what Chekhov was on the lower decks. And I guess in one of the special edition DVD text commentaries, Koenig jokes that his character was making Khan wait to use the bathroom.
So I never forget a face.
You made me crap my pants.
Oh, he probably did that when he grabbed the handle to lift them up.
Okay, so the Reluctant Dragon also wants to ask, the original Botany Bay crew was diverse, but now they're all white. What does that say?
Yeah, I want to address that. Thank you. Now, remember, Khan said, you said 70 of us into exile. Maybe these are the survivors.
72.
So maybe, well, whatever. And I don't think they have that many now. So I think that a lot of them have died because of the harsh conditions.
And also not only the harsh conditions and the creatures, but also the original disaster may have killed quite a few of them too.
Yeah, right. Because now it looks like he only has a handful, obviously.
Right.
Well, if you look on screen, it says right now what Khan is saying. What you see now is all that remains of the ship's company and crew.
No, there, Snortopupus, there he's got the right spelling for the. It was spelled that way in the TV episode, and then in the movie it's spelled different.
But the pronunciation.
That character was in the TV episode?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Alan Trioscillator says, I think it's pronounced Joachim.
Joachim?
Very possible.
Yeah.
Action com.
Oh, and Ivan Ivanovich had to go, have taken his mom out to lunch. So goodbye.
All right. Have a great time. See you later.
Have a good time.
I took your mom out to lunch, but what about second lunch? No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Come on. I was referencing Lord of the Rings. I never
you were. I instantly forgave you as soon as you did. Mark Harkness said Khan was an early augment. He would have had to get started before the others.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the same. Mr. Miles says the same thing.
Yeah.
Any Deep Space telescopes in the original series. Asks PJ Bear. So,
They never. I don't remember them ever mentioning that. I just remember probes.
There was a really super cool one in the motion picture.
Yeah, and Epsilon got, digitized.
Oh yeah, but it was really pretty. Mark Hartman says we never saw McCoy eat breakfast, so McCoy eating breakfast isn't canon, but we know it happened.
Mark Harkness gets it.
Yes.
James says maybe he skipped breakfast.
The most important meal of the day.
But what about second breakfast?
We never saw them using the bathroom, and they didn't take a shit.
Scotty.
Oh my gosh! Oh, I want to thank.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Stone Racket, hold that thought because I want to thank our RTNZ for New Zealand $10.
Nice.
That's like $2 American. So whatever.
So that's great. Last count, the number of times I've seen this film. Not just the best Trek film, but a great film. Explores both personal and cosmic themes. An 11 out of 10.
I agree.
I love that comment.
I have to say, I watched this
80s
movie
hair band right there too.
I watched this movie every night for over a year.
Ben.
Oh,
Ben.
We never asked you.
I want to ask you, Jill. Would you like to ask the question?
You can. No, you can. You already started. Go for
okay. So my friend Cinema Gulp, when did you first encounter this film? How did you see it, and what was your interpretation?
Same. It's the same story that I had when I did motion picture, because I saw 1 through 3 on VHS when I was being babysat by my cousins. So I saw the first 3 all together. Man, I guess it was 84 or 85, right around there, or 86. I can't remember, but I was a kid. I was being babysat by my cousins, and I saw it. There it is. There's the thing from Stargate that they made.
I have
yeah,
one of those.
But I just remember loving this one. And it still to this day, it's been my favorite of the 6.
Yeah, and have you ever had the opportunity to see it in a theater?
No, I wish. That'd be great.
Yeah, man. It is a good time.
I had the chance a couple years ago because it came out for the 40th anniversary.
I remember when it came out, and I would have went and saw it if it would have been a film presentation. I won't pay to go see somebody just with a laptop to a projector.
The only one I ever got
is that what I saw?
Yes, that's what you saw, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too.
The only one I ever got to see in the theater was Undiscovered Country, which is cool.
Of the originals, I only saw 4 and 6 on film. But yeah, no, I love this. This is also one of the most terrifying things that has ever been presented in Star Trek, is the extraction of an alien species. Their bibbies come out of their back plates, I guess, and they crawl into your head, and they make you, susceptible.
They make you say lies. They make you say lies and do things.
Yeah, but that's
bad
also
things.
I want to
that's
see
under
the
the
design
influence.
and it's a great design. It looks alive. It doesn't look fake.
It does.
So design-wise, I think it's great. Very smart and inspired.
Yes.
Well,
It's
like
truly alien.
someone was saying, somebody was worried that animals were being harmed in the creation of this movie. So that's how awesome they looked.
Nicholas Meyer was the guy who said that. So,
And of course, did anybody know the story behind this? This is a giant ear shot in a different location after the movie was done wrapped. So that shot of where you see that ear, it's actually a big giant ear. And if you look it up, you'll find photos with the 2 prop makers standing next to it. It's about a foot or 2 wide.
I feel that Nicolas Cage got his inspiration for "It's Not the Bees" scene from this scene.
I agree.
Yeah, pop culture curator. Almost said breakdown. I'm sorry. Have you read about some of the prop people concerning that giant ear that as a joke they left on the where they were filming it, they left a giant Q-tip.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
They made a scaled Q-tip for the giant ear.
Yes.
Okay,
and
yeah, okay.
Everybody, just to let you know, it's actually reversed. So the thing is inside the ear, they pull it out with a very thin line and then reverse the shot.
There you go.
That makes sense. That makes so much sense. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you. It says ILM constructed a large mock-up of the actor's ear, complete with the section of jaw and sideburn. The section was constructed large enough so that the 14-inch model of the adult ear could be used in the scene. It was sculpted from an actual casting of Koenig's own ear. This is probably the only time in the entire history of Star Trek that anyone's ear got more exposure than Leonard Nimoy's.
True.
Anyone here familiar with the Night Gallery episode, The Caterpillar?
Absolutely. I love Night Gallery. I wish I could cover it on my channel. A lot of people are not familiar with it.
Why can't you cover it?
I don't know. I guess I don't. Well, what I usually do is I do a poll and I ask people, "Do you want to see this?" And I'll give them names. But people tend to vote for stuff they've already seen. So it's if they're willing to watch something that they haven't been introduced to yet. Mm-hmm. It seems to be working okay so far with Lost in Space. A lot of people hadn't seen that, but now that I'm reviewing it, more people are coming on board, and I really like that. But Night Gallery, as we know, is a magnificent show. Just for those of you that are not in the know, it was created by Rod Serling. It was right after Twilight Zone, but it was more horror bent rather than sci-fi, and it was a great show.
Whoever is rocking in their chair, quit it.
I'm trying to fight off my dog. I have two dogs wanting to sit in my lap.
Then continue.
Sorry, go ahead. No, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Night Gallery series was created by Rod Serling, and the pilot film was shown in 1969. The one thing, it was called Rod Serling's Night Gallery, but the executive producer, Jack Laird, actually kind of took over the show.
Yes.
And it was a constant battle between Serling and Laird.
Yes.
Because Rod Serling, unfortunately, did not accept the role of executive producer. So he didn't really, he signed away creative control, essentially. And that was a catastrophic
and quit.
And
yes.
a catastrophic error. And he was the show's biggest critic.
Yeah, right. Because basically, the guy Jack Laird was an idiot. This is like Rod.
Well, I wouldn't call him an idiot. He did. Well, no, let me take that back. For those blackout skits, yeah, he was an idiot to do that.
Well, it's just that you don't take away control from the master. If you're hiring Rod Serling, you're hiring Rod Serling. Why interfere?
Right.
With it, right?
But what he should have done was get a contract where he's the executive producer, but he doesn't have to be there for everything. But he can still have a final say. And unfortunately, he didn't want to do that because Twilight Zone kind of burned him out.
Yes.
But he did try to kind of get back control with the certain scripts that he wrote. Like they're tearing down Tim Riley's bar and the Messiah on Mott Street, which were both Emmy nominated. But anyway, let's get back to the movie.
Sorry, Jill.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. You guys are talking about something you really like.
Right. And my Twilight Zone, it had a great cast of guest stars. So sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And Mr. Miles in the chat is also talking about something he really likes, saying that Voyage Home is his favorite TOS because of the single line from Spock, "One damn minute, Admiral." And that is my favorite too. And I did review it, but Paramount was not happy with some of the videos I was including. And so the whole thing got just completely taken out. So I have to re-edit it and re-upload it one of these days. So I'll do that for you one day soon. I've been meaning to
yes,
do that.
Congratulations for winning that dispute.
Ah, victory. Isn't it glorious?
Mm-hmm. Yes, great. Oh, and hello to Max Redstone, who says, brain and brain. What is brain? Well, I do have that.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
There you go.
It's where the SETI eel goes.
Yes.
It makes you do things and say lies.
So here's another scene where.
Okay, so Scotty, you're asking about the end of. I'm sorry, this is in the background, but do you have to go at 3?
No.
No. If you don't have to go at 3, I don't have to go at 3.
No,
I have to
I'm
go
good.
in 50 minutes. I have to go have blood drawn for an appointment.
No, I'm free.
Maybe I can stretch it a little longer, but I've got to be there before 4 o'clock your time.
I can no, this is exactly what I want to do with my day, so I'm happy as a clam. Or as a Carol.
But I do also want to be respectful of the people on the panel who are actually want to.
I wish I didn't have to leave. I could talk about this all day.
And you would too.
Yes,
you would.
There's so much I've been holding back. There's not enough time.
Oh, I know.
Well, and I want to say, I do want to say that Leonard Nimoy is so good in this movie, but I almost feel he's a background character until the very end.
I feel that way too. I totally feel that way.
A lot of this is Kirk and McCoy. A lot of this is Kirk and McCoy.
I'm so glad you said that, Scotty. And I'm sorry for jumping in on you, but that boosted my energy level. Because there's Kirk and Spock barely have any scenes together until the end. So that scene in a vacuum is brilliant at the end, but it does kind of come out of nowhere because you haven't really gotten a moment with them up until that point. You know what I mean? They're separated a lot in the movie.
I think the audience takes for granted that Kirk and Spock are just like, we get that establishing relationship at the beginning with the birthday present and the I was going to say best of both worlds, but it's actually Tale of Two Cities. And like that is what lays the groundwork. And then they get together and they do their thing together. Yeah. And then like in terms of professionalism, and then by the end of the movie, it's like, I can't believe I can do this without him. And when he's gone, what am I going to do? And that is, I think, the brackets of the movie. That's what makes it feel so much. But you do get, at least I do. I'm a huge DeForest Kelley fan. My favorite Star Trek character is Dr. McCoy. And then, gold medalist, Dr. McCoy. Silver medalist, Miles O'Brien. And I don't know who's bronze.
Can I raise my hand?
But I know that relationship has been built up through the shows and in the first movie. It's just an interesting decision.
Well, they did have a middle point where they did this.
Anything else is a waste of material.
So that is him. That is Spock saying that Kirk's best. He's at his best when he's captain.
There's moments for sure. I just mean, and it's, I'm not saying it's a negative in the movie. I just thought
no, you're absolutely right. But I do see that I think maybe writing the movie, they realized they needed that connecting thread, and they put that.
Right. I have been, and always shall be yours.
No, I remember that. Yeah, I know that's an impactful part of that entire arc for sure.
I wanted to add something, if I may. That monitor that we're looking at. If you look on the side of it, you'll see like the bumps. That's egg carton. Those egg cartons you see at the store that holds 48 eggs. That's what they use for that.
That's
never
amazing.
Underestimate the power of cheap production.
Yep. And a little bit of paint. Yep.
But it looks cool.
Yeah,
it does. It looks cool. Yes.
A little bit of spray paint, a little
bit
of
flat
epoxy.
Of eggs. That's it. It's a flat carton. I think they call it a flat of eggs. The 48 ones, they're gray.
Oh my God, look at all this diversity. We got an Indian man, we got a black man, we got a Caucasian, and a woman. A woman! Star Trek is woke.
No, Scotty, it's diverse. Diversity is not woke. Woke
True
have they tried to co-opt it, but it's not theirs.
And you have a woman
for my exclamation.
Diversity through hairstyle is just fine. If everyone has a different hairstyle, it is therefore diverse, in my opinion.
But you also have a woman doctor running that space station.
Exactly. She's in command. Ben, you got to tell me. Come on. BB Besh, hot?
While I was listening, I wanted to jump in right then and there when you're talking about that. I agree with Scotty 1,000%. There's something about her. It's just, I mean, she's beautiful. That's what it is. But also, the confidence in the character, and she's gorgeous and a great character for sure.
Once she's on the Enterprise, though, her character does disappear for a point.
She turns into mom.
Max Redstone says Admiral Kirk has given orders to take the Genesis device to Fantasy Island.
Welcome.
And blow up Tattoo.
Nice. Whoa. Mr. Miles says Tuvok was a better Vulcan than Spock.
Spock was heterosexual. Much better.
Oh, come on. Tuvok was a full Vulcan. He was an Earther.
What do you mean?
What? I'm kidding. I love Spock. Spock's my favorite character. I'm just saying something nice for Miles.
T'Pol takes the gold.
Irreplaceable, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, T'Pol does take the gold. No,
she takes the gold.
She takes the silver.
It's my favorite thing on.
Looks like a hot button issue there, I guess.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not gonna meddle them specifically, but I'm gonna say, like, if you have 3 Vulcans, then it is Spock, Tuvok, T'Pol, but not in that order.
Yes, and RRTNZ says it perfectly what Star Trek's about. Star Trek was about humanity evolved to a stage where issues around gender, sex, race, class between humans didn't exist. They've been replaced by issues between alien species.
But in Turnabout Intruder, don't they mention that women aren't allowed to be captains?
I think that was a mistake.
That's in the last episode of
Probably Fred Friedberger's idea. Anytime it's a bad idea, we can blame him.
Also, let's not forget that was an assertion from Janice Lester, who was a crazy person.
There you go. That helps everything.
Kirk would have said that's not true. We have captains all over. So he didn't dispute it. It was still that 60s era writing, of course.
Of course. But it's not necessarily... as some people like to say about unreliable narrators, Janice Lester is the least reliable.
It's because she isn't a captain.
Well, and also,
that's the whole thing. That's
she's been spending her entire life trying to transfer her intellect into a man's body for some reason. She was the first transgender. Don't tell me Star Trek isn't progressive.
Then we had number 1 in the cage. She was very often put into the captain's role. If she would,
Pike dies.
No, he doesn't die. But she takes the bridge. If he did, I mean,
then she's captain.
She's captain.
That was one of the issues NBC had. Right, was one of the reasons that they wanted her character replaced. Unfortunately,
they wanted to recast her with Lucille Ball.
The real reason
Ginger on the bridge.
The real reason is because the NBC executives are like, well, that's Roddenberry's mistress. What the heck's she doing there? Let's get her out of there.
Oh, she wasn't yet.
And then Roddenberry uses the excuse of the test audiences and the executives, and you're like, well, who's this bossy woman? It's well, no, I think it's more that it was your mistress.
I loved her because she was ready to overload that phaser if she had to.
Yeah, that's a great ending.
But that's also why he dyed her hair, hoping that nobody would recognize
her. As Nurse Chapel.
Yep.
But they did. They go, oh, look at that.
Well, according to Inside Star Trek, basically everywhere you saw Jean, you saw her, and it got to where everybody was like, oh my God, and their eyes would roll back in their head. Because she was everywhere. She would interfere with conversations.
Oh,
and just
dear.
pull herself into conversations. And Gene was married at the time.
Right.
So that's why all the more reason people thought it was just very awkward, I guess.
Yeah,
Right.
Gene Roddenberry was like what infidelity is the word.
Oh,
Yeah.
Who's been holding up the damn elevator?
That's
Not
he owns.
You change your hairstyle?
And when it
Hadn't noticed.
haven't changed it yet.
I noticed it. I noticed it right off.
And I was
And
thinking,
look,
what a
look how she's dressed.
The
It's a little
framing of that
fuzzy, but I haven't changed it yet.
right.
Look how
Framing
she's
of that
dressed.
shot, she's totally in a row.
Hey guys, one at a time.
I remember thinking that why would a Vulcan do that? But I don't know. That's
She's
why
half Romulan.
I know, but I wasn't going to mention that in the movie.
They should have
Exactly.
put that in. I absolutely
Exactly.
What are you even talking about? Maybe she went to the Sonic showers and she was washing her hair. It doesn't matter. It's still regulation. Why would a Vulcan change her hairstyle? Because she's got a lot of hair.
I know, but that's like Spock. That's like saying, well, Spock walked out into the corridor from his quarters in his underwear while he was in the middle of taking a
they
shower.
are
Getting
very
dressed.
different things.
No, I don't know. I just think that they would be more proper.
I think you're
of the
being a
logic.
prude.
Oh, pop culture curator, this is a regulation issued bathrobe. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes.
Oh, James Cassera says she was petting her therapy. Oh wait, who's petting his therapy chicken? Uh-oh. Oh, hey, Don Ranger Power is here, and yes,
Hey, Don.
It's his favorite captain. Makes sense. He's mine.
Yep, I'm with Don. I totally agree.
Me too.
Same here, obviously.
And I agree with this one. Spock is the best Vulcan.
Yes, I agree too.
Well, think about this. I mean, the basic facts are we all know and define what a Vulcan is because of Leonard Nimoy, the actor, and what he brought to the role. Everyone else are pale comparisons. I mean, there cannot be a better one. It's impossible because he created it. He wrote a lot of Spock's mannerisms and his abilities. I'll put it that way.
Right, exactly. Between Leonard Nimoy and DC Fontana, that's how we have the Vulcans that we have today.
And Theodore Sturgeon.
Yes. And I think the rest are just pale comparisons.
Yeah.
Knockoffs.
I agree.
Knockoffs?
Well, I love Tupac and T'Pol and all of them.
I liked
Tupac is
T'Pring.
on top for me.
T'Pring's my second favorite.
Original series T'Pring, yes, I agree.
But that's the toxicity speaking again.
Oh.
Well, yeah, but Spock was better off without her because she was really in love with what's his face. So
exactly.
Well, I must love her too because I always keep this.
After a time, you may find that having is not so pleasing a thing after all as wanting. It is not logical, but it is often true.
Indeed.
Sure is.
Yeah, dodge that bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right. So, okay. So we skipped the scene where Chekhov says, "Hey, Kirk wants you to give all the Genesis device information to the Reliant. It's totally cool." And without telling her that, of course, that he's been infected by the eel, because of course he wouldn't, because he's controlled by Khan. And here Kirk can't the communication is fried. So that's where we are in the movie.
I think you mean jammed.
Jammed, yes.
Yes.
But how are they jamming it when they were still how many days away? So it's like, well, what's the timeline here? How could the Reliant jam their communications?
Well, we know that the Reliant's listening in on them. So I guess, I don't know, it would be the range. Would a jammer have the same range as their subspace radio or whatever they're using?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's basically the crux of the issue. We'll just say, yeah, they do.
Yeah, apparently. Well, just like the main viewing screen, how can it zoom in as far as it does, right? But
Well, yeah, off screen, Khan and his gang, they hijack the Reliant and they do a bunch of stuff.
They do a bunch of stuff.
See it.
Including apparently reading a lot of manuals on how to operate it because they learn pretty quick.
Well,
they're
Khan,
smart.
Yeah, they are smart. Khan read all of the information.
And he still retains that.
Yep.
Yeah.
They even have a crew in engineering. They don't show it, but yeah, they do.
They show it when the ship's blowing up. But
yeah, I was going to say it would have been nice with when they were restoring power as the plot went on, if they would have showed them down in engineering or something. But
I agree.
But the plot, I'm not going to complain too much because the plot is very tight in this. There's not a lot of loose ends, so I like that. They don't waste a lot of time on meaningless stuff.
It's true. Yeah, absolutely. It's always moving, for sure. And
yes, Khan did learn the technical manuals on TOS, but you got to understand,
yes,
in time, technology, even on a starship, changes because when they're in a battle, Khan says, I forget what he says, but he's trying to find something and then shows the console and he couldn't find it. Where is the override? Where's override?
The override. Well, that specific design. I'm guessing, like a car, a lot of the things, basics stay the same.
Same thing.
But details because the ship had been remodeled.
Correct.
Because this is the right. And by the way, over to the right behind Spock on the wall, that thing with the lights.
Mm-hmm.
That's directly from Radio Shack.
Right. Yeah.
Radio Shack used to sell those. You can probably still find them online.
But Jill.
Oh yeah, the mirrors.
Jill, what's behind Kirk?
IDIC, the emblem.
Volcanitic.
You got it.
What's going on with all the attention with kids?
Exactly.
A puppy wants attention. Give it to him. Come on.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
And then it cuts to Diana Mulder, who I do not like at all. But anyway, that's.
I like her. Oh.
I have never liked her.
Wow. Okay.
Ever. Even as a child, I just said nah.
Okay, you mean as a child on Star Trek? Or are you talking about something else she's done?
No. Ever since I first saw her in anything on television, I just have never liked that actress.
Gotcha.
And I do like the TV movie Ordeal. Anyone familiar with that?
Who was in it?
That would be Diana Mulder and I can't think of the actor's name. The actor that played the lead in the Andromeda Strain, and also Owen Marshall, counselor at law.
The blonde guy.
No, not blonde.
Andromeda Strain. I haven't seen that.
No, not.
It has a big cast.
Yeah, Owen Marshall, counselor at law.
I remember that short-lived show. Yes.
Yeah, older actor. He plays the lead in the movie Ordeal, and Diana Mulder is his young conniving wife.
James Olsen?
Not James Olsen. He's the younger actor in Andromeda Strain.
Arthur Hill.
That's it. Arthur Hill.
Yes, I remember Marshall.
It's a remake of Inferno, where a rich man, he's out in the desert with his wife and this and the wife's lover that he's not aware that there's something going on, but he's being led to a prospective mine, and he breaks his leg in the desert. He falls in this ledge, and they say that the wife and the guide say they're going to go get help, but they leave him there to die. And so this rich man who's
hey,
go ahead.
I'm so sorry I had to interrupt your story about
this
show, but Ben has to go, so I want to let him go. Oh wait, he already left.
Bye-bye, Ben. If you're listening, take care.
Bye, Ben.
I saw his message too late. He says, "Gotta head out." Thanks for the invite, Jill. Have fun. I'm so sorry I missed saying goodbye to you, Ben. But thank you so much for hanging out for
Ben. Take
a
care.
little bit. Yes. Yes, thank you. All right.
Wait a minute, we lost somebody else too.
Cinema Gulp?
Yeah, Cinema Gulp. Where'd he go?
Yeah, that's
he said in the private chat that he had to leave.
That's Ben.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little confused.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right.
No problem.
But this is the part of the movie with one of the famous quotes from Khan in response to Joachim. I don't know.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Sir, may I speak? We're all with you, sir, but consider this. We are free. We have a ship and the means to go where we will. We have escaped permanent exile on SETI Alpha 5. You have proved your superior intellect and defeated the plans of Admiral Kirk. You do not need to defeat him again. And then we have, I only have the beginning of it.
He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him.
Yeah, I was going to say, what Star Trek fan does not have this scene memorized?
Yes, and it says, "I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia, around the Antares maelstrom." Hey, who wants to read this?
Is it in the private chat?
It's there now.
Go ahead, Pops.
He tasks me, and I shall have him. I'll chase him round the moons of Nebia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course.
Very good. You did better than me. I was thinking about.
I've said that line so many times because, like I said, we used to watch this when I was in the military, and then we would be drinking massively, and then we'd all be screaming out the lines during the movie.
There you go.
Of course,
like one night he would say, "Okay, Steve, tonight you could do Khan's lines," and then the next night, Bill, you could do Khan's lines.
Oh, Matt G sent me a stream element, but I'm not getting it. I didn't.
What does that mean? What's the stream element?
That means that he sent me a donation via stream elements, but for some reason it's not showing up. So
can I do Khan's line?
Yes, it's in the private chat for you.
Go for it. Everybody gets their turn.
Has everybody else done it? Oh my god, this is great.
No, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
I'm gonna turn on my camera.
Uh-oh.
He tasks me, and I shall have him. I'll chase him around the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. Prepare to alter course.
Bravo, bravo.
I'll read the original from Moby Dick.
Oh, great. I love that.
I'll chase him round Good Hope and round the Horn and round the Norway maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. So and so instead of singular flame, or no, it is flames in this one. I thought in the movie it's singular, but no.
Such an incredible everything, like the dialogue, the performance of Ricardo Montalban is glorious.
It is.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for reading the paraphrase from Moby Dick.
That whole scene really stands out for this movie. It made it very memorable. It reminds me of Star Trek 6, where he says, "Cry havoc and let's slip the dogs." Right. It's one of those lines. It's perfect. Christopher Plummer was great in that too.
Yeah, exactly.
I told my dad. I told my dad about that after I saw Star Trek 6 because we're both Shakespeare fans, and I mentioned the whole thing about You haven't experienced Shakespeare until you've heard it in the original Klingon.
There you go.
My dad was like, "Okay, whatever."
What?
It's like, what?
Oh.
But I told him even the original series, there's 3 or 4 episodes that have titles derived from Shakespeare.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, yeah, it is a recurring theme, Shakespeare and Star Trek.
Yes, and it's awesome.
But still,
my dad never became a fan, unfortunately.
Of Star Trek?
Right. It was a bone of contention between the two of us.
Which is interesting because he liked science fiction, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some.
So you smothered your father in his sleep, right? That's the only proper thing to do.
Oh, jeez.
Come on.
On his deathbed.
That is a line. You're crossing
Star Trek.
You're crossing a line.
All right, I didn't mean to.
Stop it.
I didn't mean to.
Now Chico has jumped off my lap. It's all your fault, Scotty.
It is.
Oh, no.
I can understand. I was the only one in my family that liked Star Trek. Everyone else didn't understand. So I understand.
It's just me and my older brother.
It's so strange. My dad and my mom, like my dad introduced me to Star Trek, and my mom always thought that I was smarter than I was because I liked Star Trek. But then as I got older and I was like, you guys want to watch Star Trek? And they were like, F no. Like they never followed through. I was the only one who really carried it on. I've tried it with everyone. And I mentioned that I was going before when we were backstage that I like there was a girl that I was dating, and she was in university. I never had the pleasure of going to university because I'm an idiot. And I went over to her like, I guess it's a sorority house. It was a house full of girls, and it was we went out the night before, and then like me and my girlfriend, and then the morning after, while they were making breakfast and talking about what they were going to prepare for the week, I went over to again another CRT and a VHS player, and I popped in Star Trek 2, and everyone in the house was like, why is your boyfriend so fucking boring and weird? He's a geek. He's sitting there watching Star Trek. And I was like, well, then it seems that your friends don't like me. Do you think that I'm cool? And she was like, well, dude, you were watching a Shatner movie on a Sunday morning. And I was like, we can never be together. And so we broke up shortly thereafter.
Oh my God, Scotty, that sounds like a scene straight from Free Enterprise.
Oh, where is it? Do you have the clip?
No, not for those particular scenes. I didn't clip those scenes.
No, but you have the good one.
Yeah, the good one is between where he was actually with another geek.
Yeah, well, this is it.
I would never live in the 24th century. I fucking hate the next generation. Only the original series, only classic.
Yes.
There you go. But I love all Star Trek, so it don't matter.
Yeah.
Well, I love
like
TNG
a lot
also.
of it. I like a lot of it.
I love everything up until 2005 and some of the fan stuff. Matt G did send me a $1 tip. He said, not to interrupt the stream, but Mr. Racket teased me about not seeing Godzilla -1. And this was on my membership stream.
Yes.
Well, ask and you shall receive. One theater still has showings. So I just got back from it. Excellent. Oh, that is great news, Matt G.
That is.
Myself, I bought tickets for Sunday, so I will finally see it on Sunday. And so, because I hadn't seen it either, but I'm so glad that you mentioned the membership stream, because there was a moment where Stone Racket was talking about his dad and how his dad used to read to him and all sorts of literature, like 20 Leagues to the Bottom of the Sea and
20,000
leagues.
20 leagues.
20,000.
20 leagues
Excuse
is
me.
not that
20,000.
impressive.
Yeah, 20 leagues just a
Thank
tip.
Thank you, Scotty, for the correction. But the
17 centimeters
I knew
under
that
the sea.
I knew that I got that wrong, but I just hadn't raced up to it. But no, you. I'm glad you corrected me. But the point of it is that he also mentioned that every time his dad would catch him watching Star Trek, it was always just like a creature getting blasted. So that might have contributed to why he never got into it.
I like.
I'm glad he didn't see Lost in Space.
Yeah, I'm. You know.
Well, let me tell you. Yeah, we that was a show that we watched. That was on a weekday, and my father was gone all week. He'd come home on a Friday. But when Star Trek was in syndication, that's where I had to battle my dad on Friday afternoons. There was times where I just said, shut the TV off, and other times where I left it on. I just said, I don't care what he says. But yeah, Lost in Space, we all watched that, and it was on occasionally when my father was around. I guess he found that harmless, but yeah, it's I'm a Lost in Space fan, as well as a Star Trek fan.
Well, cool. If you ever want to talk about it or enjoy it with us, you're welcome. I cover it every Monday. We're on
Every
the
Monday.
season.
Oh yeah, I'm watching it for the first time, and so I'm helping to review it.
What time is that?
7 p.m. Mountain Time.
7 p.m. Okay.
We're just now getting into the second season.
Yeah, and that's where it goes off the rails.
Oh, it is different.
Well, that's when it turns into a children's show.
Yeah.
It's not as serious as the first season.
Or, as I like to call it, a children's show.
So also I want to recommend the Nerdporial Life Form. He has a wonderful channel, and he's here in the chat right now. I want to say hello. Hey.
Hello there.
And he says, yeah, Khan learned the stuff before he engaged them. That stuff probably was not in the manual. And and Mr. Miles wants the Packwoods and the augments to get into a battle. So that could be fun. Professor R2 says, I've made an infinity mirror like that before. Just take some lights and a one-way mirror glass.
Very cool.
Yeah. The Nerd Pearl Lifeform says, Dr. Pulaski was the greatest
of all time.
Of all time.
I liked her. I've been defending her character. It's the writers that did not do her justice. So I agree with you, Nerdporial.
Oh, what was it? And this is the one thing that we didn't bring up on our. Sorry, I'm veering away from the movie, but we were having a Prime Directive conversation on Tuesday on Jill's channel, and we were talking about pen pals, the Sarjenka with the intensity of Dr. Pulaski, and I really enjoyed that.
Yep. It was interesting. Let me tell you, it was interesting.
And Mr. Miles says, does Scotty dress up in a Starfleet uniform every live stream where he's usually audio only?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Gee, every time when I do a live, I dress up.
Well, see, Scotty dresses in layers, so even if you think he's not wearing a uniform, there is a layer eventually.
Exactly. All of a sudden, he just like tears off his suit and tie and all.
Oh, we don't want to hear it now. It's G-rated, not R.
No, but I'm talking like season 1 Next Generation. It's all lycra and skin tight. I'm allowed to wear it underneath my regular clothes. I'm like Spider-Man.
Can you spin a web?
Any size. I can catch thieves. Just
and Darius Munchausen says Moby Dick 3, Revenge of the Moby.
It sounds like a Jaws movie. Moby Dick 3 or Moby Dick 4, The Revenge.
We get a Shakespeare quote that was quoted by Picard in The Next Generation.
Can I do this one?
Yes.
And
On
Mr.
camera.
Miles says, "Oh, sure."
You can't find the camera button now.
No, I
Mr.
found
Miles
the button.
says Scotty says he didn't go to university, but clearly he went to Starfleet Academy.
No, I'm a captain. Mr. Miles says with irony what I say with conviction. What a piece of work is man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable in action, how like an angel in apprehension, how like a god. At which point Q says to Picard, "Begone!"
Yay! Good going, Scotty. Good going.
Come on, man. That is such a good episode of first season Next Generation.
Definitely. Agreed. And also hello to DJ Ronnie G and beautifully recited, Scotty. I loved it. And here's some more of those wonderful computer graphics to explain to us the Genesis device.
First time that
little aliens in there.
First time that there was CGI in a movie.
Pixar, yes.
The precursor to Pixar.
Genesis?
Genesis?
Genesis nuts.
Notice the lack of detail on the buttons on both sides.
Hey, Jill, what movie are we going to be talking about next Friday?
Oh, I don't want to bring down the mood.
No, just say the title.
Sounds like you have a lot of confidence in it.
Just say the title.
Star Trek Nemesis.
Nemesis?
Ooh, yeah. I can't get drunk enough to
Okay, I'm done.
That, but okay.
Oh, it's going to be fun, man.
What happened to Star Trek 3?
Well, it happens.
It still happens. The Spock is still searched for.
Right.
By the way,
take our word for it, everybody.
Speaking of Star Trek 3, if you'd like to hear Anti-Derivative Jill talk about Star Trek 3 in great length with some experts, you can go over and subscribe to Mr. Brown's Alliance. And Jill was there and had a great conversation and an analysis of that particular film. So, no, Star Trek 3 is always out there.
It's always exciting to be on Mr. Brown's show. And so that was really good to be able to share what I thought about that movie over there. But eventually I will talk about it over here.
And unfortunately, I will be a part of it.
And so, of course, Carol explains the terraforming nature of the Genesis device, life generating life from lifelessness.
It's so like that scene. Okay. That particular interaction between a recorded dissertation from Carol Marcus and Kirk beholding it is, I don't know. Maybe this time that I watched it, it was a little bit more heartbreaking because it is a woman that you have loved. And she is being passionate and she is speaking to you or into the camera. And it is, I wish she talked to me this way again. And so there is an emotional gut punch happening for Jim. And then we get the discussion afterwards.
Well, I think Scotty just has a BB fixation.
Well, I
do have a BB. I do have a BB fixation.
He does find romance in things I wouldn't.
But
no, that's okay.
Can you imagine having a former lover give you a journal entry and she speaks directly into the camera passionately and you are watching it and she is saying it to you as if she wants you to understand where she is coming from. And like, you've been with this woman, you have sired a child and there was romance between you and you know that is over.
And the child is not my son.
Well, no, David
I'm
is
sorry.
totally.
Excuse me.
Well, but David is totally his son. But I'm just saying,
No, I'm
the emotional repercussion of it's almost like re-listening to a answering machine message from years gone by. It's like anyway, I don't want to get
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
And then you go there, and it is a matter of McCoy saying, I don't know if we're responsible for this level of power. I don't know if we can do this.
Now watch out. Here comes Genesis. We'll do it for you in 6 minutes.
Really, Doctor? Do you have that?
No, really, Dr. McCoy, you must learn to govern your passions. They will be your undoing.
Which was from Leonard Nimoy. He was absolutely taken by that line. And that was one of the moments where he was like, oh my God, Nicholas Meyer, you get this. Harv Bennett, you get this.
Well, I know you have trouble with the director's edition, but the debate between Spock and McCoy regarding the director's edition does add a quote from McCoy that I really like. The original has that scene, watch out. But then the director's cut adds Spock saying, I do not dispute that in the wrong hands. And McCoy says, in the wrong hands? Would you mind telling me who's the right hands, my logical friend? Are you by any chance in favor of these experiments?
I forgot about that particular proviso in the performance, is that he does say, would you mind telling me whose hands are the right ones, my logical friend? And that is like, that's definitely a punctuation in terms of the relationship between McCoy and Spock, which I love McCoy and Spock.
I remember when I saw that the first time, and I thought it just seemed very accusatory and judgmental to talk to Spock that way. Spock was just making an observation. I thought it was just kind of like a low, below the belt shot. I don't know why. For me, it didn't. And I understood why they edited it out. I know you guys prefer that if that would have stayed in, but I understand why they took it out.
But also, even in the theatrical cut, McCoy does say, you green-blooded inhuman. And like, that's racist.
Well, he's referred to Spock's blood in sort of similar to a way like that in the original series.
I didn't see it as rude because they're always challenging each other.
Yes.
Yeah, but when you
I
start
agree.
talking about their
McCoy is always about the morality of the situation, and he's the emotional side, the balance, and here's Kirk in the middle, and so you have the cold, rational, logical from Spock, and then you have the more, the humanity, the emotion, and the morality from McCoy, and I just love that. So I agree with Jill. They should have kept all that in.
Well, it's Jill's show, so it's easy to agree with her. Anyway,
well,
but
it's
being interrupted. All this is being interrupted because of Reliance is here. So,
isn't this like? I think that this is so incredible, and I would say that this shot of the Reliant is as consequential as the opening shot of Star Wars in terms of showing a Starfleet vessel that is smaller than the Enterprise, and yet it is more aggressive than the Enterprise. It is menacing. And it's menacing, like with the glowing of the torpedo tubes, the way
and the music helped.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. James Horner deserves all of the credit.
Yes.
And that was through the direction of Nicholas Meyer, again, making it more of a nautical film. And all of that.
The shot is menacing. And it's not just the shot of the ship, But this is also where the music comes in, the theme.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he specifically, Nicholas Meyer in an interview said that he wanted basically like the old pirate movies where you had the boats next to each other and they're shooting with the cannons just a few feet away from each other. That's exactly what he wanted to replicate.
Yeah.
Which I think is great. I mean, scientifically, it doesn't work for space, but it doesn't matter. It looks wonderful on film.
I agree with pop culture curator.
I do too. I agree with them.
Oh no, don't agree, Jill. We have to. No.
Oh, too much agreeing happening.
No, that's fine.
Something.
I'm just being silly.
And I hate it when a bunch of people sit together and enjoy a movie.
I agree with the puppy.
I don't know if we brought. I hush up, Pooch. I don't know if we brought this up yet or not, but as everybody knows, that's the Reliant is the same bridge as the Enterprise redressed. They shot all of Khan's scenes beforehand, so everything we see here with Kirk reacting with Khan is long after Ricardo Montalban is not even on set. He's back over on Fantasy Island.
Well, and that is something that is brought up again in production, is that Ricardo Montalban was acting against like a script supervisor,
a script girl, right?
Well, I don't care the gender of the person.
No, the reason why is because Ricardo Montalban said in an interview, he said it was hilarious. He had to stop laughing because it was a nice, sweet voice coming from a girl, and she was saying things that he was supposed to be getting upset and triggered by, and he said it was very difficult. He kept laughing.
Oh. Well, that shows the power of his acting. We didn't have to, So he was able to get through that.
And as always, and this is something that is brought up every time we see Ricardo Montalban's cleavage. It was his cleavage. The man was fit.
It is real. Yes,
it's his real chest. Yes, it is.
That's right.
Yep.
That was a big debate back then. I mean,
it was a big debate.
A big debate, but a stupid one.
It's a silly debate. Yeah, but I did see a fake one at the Star Trek convention when someone did dress up as one.
That's inevitable, I suppose.
I think we should just be happy for Mrs. Montalban.
Yeah, definitely.
Was he married? I don't know anything about the history or the personal
married.
Life of Ricardo.
It's too bad because he was very fit. He was a dancer, singer, and it's ironic and sad that he ended up in a wheelchair of all things.
Well, and he had incredible physical pain throughout his later life.
Yes.
And he said, of all places, in the interviews for Spy Kids, he was asked about it, and it's like, you've had difficulties medically, and he said, there is one thing that gives me relief, and that is performance, and that is being able to create a character. And yes, there is physical pain that I have, but when I am on screen or on stage, it all melts away and I forget it. And then as soon as that performance is done, that is when it returns. And so my only relief, and again, this is a paraphrasing of Ricardo Montalban, he said that his greatest joy, his greatest relief was performance. He gave us so much, but also it relieved him of so much. And so I am always in awe of this incredible actor. An incredible man.
Revenge is a dish that is best served cold.
Yes, it is.
How many times has that line been ripped off? From this movie. What's funny is it's actually been around since longer than this, but when you hear people refer to it in modern day movies and TV, they mention that they're referring to this episode, so they remember it more from this movie than where it originated.
And that's a recurring theme with Star Trek, that they are inspired by other things, but they end up popularizing them.
Yes.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, is an old Sicilian quote. That is the proverb. It's Sicilian. It comes from, I want to say Nosferatu, but I think it's La Casa Nostra. Either way, the thing is that when you say ripped off, I embrace homage, because at the beginning of Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, there is a title card that says revenge is a dish best served cold, and it says an old Klingon proverb. And the fact that Quentin Tarantino referenced Star Trek II legitimizes it in the history of film. And when you say ripped off, I say given credit, exonerated.
That's fine. Or paying homage to.
Exalted.
I remember that scene with that Quentin Tarantino movie. I rolled my eyes. I was like, but I'm a fan.
I loved it.
I'm a fan of
I
Star
loved
Trek.
it.
And I like Quentin Tarantino movies.
Excited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. That's not the only time he references Star Trek in his movies, but that's one of the big ones.
And we'll never know what his movie would have been like.
No, we won't.
And I don't want to.
Well, then you won't have to, because it's not
That
happening.
is amazing. Okay, can you go back one?
Sure.
No, go to the exploding bridge.
Okay, you might have to wait, because this is the video that I compiled from all of my slides.
No, you're
so
really
tell me when.
better at this.
Hang on.
This. There was something that that Nicholas Meyer said, and he was like, "Yeah, we blew up the bridge." I'm paraphrasing. We blew up the bridge, and it doesn't matter how good of an actor you are, but when this kind of chaos is happening around you, when you're blowing stuff up, yeah, it's all honest. There is no like, oh, they're acting. It's like, no, stuff's on fire.
Well, like William Shatner, he damaged his hearing in Arena because of the explosion that went up too close. But yeah, you're right. You could tell their reactions when they duck from the sparks and everything are fairly realistic, and they're like her in Star Trek 4, like her in Star Trek 4.
So what are you doing today? Well, today I'm going to go into a small room with a bunch of cameras, and people are going to blow things up around me. How do you know if you're not going to get hurt? Well, I don't.
I'm glad it's practical effects.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Right, with the actual actors, not stunt people.
Yes.
But yeah, they had to burn the bridge, repaint, burn, repaint.
Oh.
And this is realistic too, where they're out of power. All they have left are batteries. That would make sense. They'd have those as backup emergency.
Oh, what? And I heard a thing about batteries versus engines when it comes to actual naval vessels, and it's batteries are not a good time.
Gorilla. Where's my equal representation? If I have to see a bunch of guys bare chest, I want an equal amount of women.
Gorilla, it's not like we see Khan's nipples. Calm down.
Boobs.
No, but if it's moves, if it's for men, but I don't know. I think if it's
that's sexist,
physically
because boobs are
their pectorals.
I object.
Okay.
Kirstie Alley's chest is bigger than Ricardo Montalban, so
true.
Softer.
So Snortopoopas is wrong.
Man, that hardly ever happens. I don't want a Tarantino Trek movie, says Mr. Miles, because it would have too much cursing in it. But no, but that's his style. I believe that Jackie Brown has proof that Tarantino is capable of taking somebody else's style and making it a movie. And I think that he's big enough of a Star Trek fan to change his style to fit within the universe. But we'll never get to see this argument. Will never be seen one way or the other because he's never.
Yeah, but okay. And this is something that I was thinking about recently, is that can you imagine if Quentin Tarantino's Star Trek movie was he slams into Sigma Iosha, again, piece of the action planet. And then all of a sudden they were confronted with the vernacular in the same way that Star Trek 4 does it. We have to start swearing.
Well, maybe if you use the word "damn" or something, but as long as they're not.
Oh no, he's going to be.
Like that,
he's going to be saying MFNR.
But see, I'm hoping not.
Yeah, well, but I'm not going to say it. Calm down.
That's more like new Trek, which is one of the things that distinguishes classic Trek.
The get out of
yes,
jail
exactly.
Free card,
Pop culture.
The get out of jail free card is Tarantino. You're going to see a Tarantino Star Trek movie.
No, I'm saying that he has the capability of holding it back because I think that he has
class.
Yeah.
And well, again, I hate to use the word, but I think prude.
That don't you mean prig?
No, I don't know. What's the difference
that's
between
the
a prude
word
and a prig?
I don't know, but that's the one that's used in this movie. And Jim has to go, and so I want to make sure that he has a chance to talk about what he wants to share about what he's doing on the internet. So
Scotty's face. Yeah, sorry, I gotta get going here. Only thing I say, just keep watching Commodore Productions. You never know what you're gonna see. Working on a lot of stuff. I was working on a video before I even came up here. Spent a few hours on it, trying to make it a lot better than what it is. So that's about it. Just keep on watching. I will be in the chat, so I will make comments. So everybody take care. We'll see you next time. And thank you for the invite. I really did enjoy it.
Hi, you're welcome.
Jim.
Bye, Jim.
See you soon, Jim.
Bye. Take care.
Normally, I would like to ask your any thoughts about the movie that you didn't get to share, but he was ready to go.
He hates it.
Well, if you're listening, Jim, put your comments in the chat.
Yeah, definitely. We'll read them as you type them.
But it's always so fun to hang out with Jim, and
yeah, it is. Thank you, Jim.
He's a Star Trek fan.
Yeah, I know. I already miss him. So, thank you, Jim. Where am I?
Oh, Professor R2 has a good point. And I know I am a blue man myself. But I prefer to treat people like adults, but I do, when it comes to Star Trek, I do agree with you, Professor R2. And I think many people on the panel, Star Trek should always be family appropriate entertainment. And that is when I've been on many a live stream and people have been like, Scott, stop swearing. And I think that is exactly how I would feel about a Quentin Tarantino Star Trek movie. Is that?
But I don't think he would.
What? You think that I would? You think that I'd be okay with the swearing?
No, I don't think that Tarantino would put swearing in the Star Trek movie, except for the ones that are acceptable, like the damn and the hell.
But I think it would be a cultural
I know.
sort of
I'm
conflation
adamant about this, but I could be wrong.
We can.
Oh, hello to Old Medium. Well, we'll never know because it's not going to happen.
No, but the hypothetical.
Old Media Guy says, "Who wins, Maggie or Godzilla or Taylor Swift?" Oh, Godzilla.
Taylor Swift.
I knew you were going to pick. Anyway, Kirk is putting in the prefix code, dropping the Reliant Shield, and the trick works. And so,
Jill, can I see you at camera 2 for 1 second?
Yeah, but just realize that camera 2 is also live.
Okay. So camera 2 is okay. So Godzilla versus Taylor Swift is Dr. Girardi singing in Picard season 2, and she gets taken over by the Borg. So in the shadows of the night. Anyway. Anyone who's seen Picard season 2 is not only disappointed.
I have not. I've seen a couple of episodes.
You saw the musical number.
Well, yeah, through no choice of my own. I guess I could have turned off my computer.
You could have. Anyway, let's get back to the movie.
Definitely. Professor R2 says, I think the studio would balk at an R-rated Star Trek movie. Yeah, agreed. That wouldn't be right.
Agreed.
And I don't think it would happen.
Well, remember when they were gonna put Eddie Murphy in Star Trek 4 and they were like,
oh yeah. No. Yeah, that didn't happen either.
Yeah, we dodged the bullet there.
Well, but he was a Star Trek fan also. No. Oh.
I'm going to go away and I'm going to come back when you get slides.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
No, you know what? I'm not criticizing the stream. I just want to go smoke weed.
Well, there you go.
Have fun, Scotty. I wish I could join you.
Snortapoopus says the prefix code must be at least 8 characters and contain a capital letter, a numeral, and a special character. Well, that would be a lot more complex than the prefix code in this movie. Because the prefix code in this movie is a lot more simple. But it's enough. It's enough to throw Khan off of his
16309, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's switches for each of the numbers for the prefix code. So the number of different kinds of codes you can get are reduced because you can only use one number. Oh, and Scotty's cousin.
Nephew.
But they only really talk about him being his nephew in the director's edition.
Right.
So
and why they cut that out? It's so stupid.
Why did they cut it out? Is there a reason?
I don't know. The movie's under 2 hours, and all they needed to do to get all that director's cut stuff was to add 3 more minutes.
Yeah, that's the difference.
And it's like what? Come on. So
yeah, because that is a powerful scene by itself. But why? Why was that's the question I want to know. I want to find it.
If I were producing this, I would have kept that stuff in. Also Savick.
Well, would you keep Khan's baby?
No, I wouldn't have that. I would have Savick. It revealed that she's half Vulcan, half Romulan.
And, that one, me too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, there's a ABC cut of this movie too. That also.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, though. I've heard that the elevator scene between Savick and Kirk is a little more steamy, I guess is the word that they used.
Whoa.
And I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Steam.
But yeah, I didn't see the ABC cut.
No, me neither. But I mentioned it hoping that somebody had seen it, but I guess not.
Yeah, because I'd like to know exactly what was cut out of the elevator scene. Because she's trying to put well, I won't say anything. I think she's trying to finagle something out of Kirk and to help her in that, about the Kobayashi Maru, to help her with that. She lets down her hair and is out of uniform.
Yeah. And as Teatime says, Scotty is a special character, and so on that scene with his nephew, he had more acting. He had more grief that was also cut out.
It's like, I don't want to cut Scotty's stuff. I don't want to cut lines. I don't want to cut Uhura's lines. I don't want to cut, Sulu's lines. The more, the better.
I wanted to mention that the kid that plays Scotty's nephew is Ike Eisenman from the Escape from Witch Mountain.
You got
movies.
it. That's exactly
Escape from
right.
Witch Mountain. Oh, cool.
Yeah, I kind of spaced that off. I'm glad you brought that up.
Oh, I'm sure I'm spacing on a lot of things I want to mention today because there's just so much.
Oh, I know.
Go on forever.
It's overwhelming.
And oh wow, his sister's youngest child crazy to get to space. And they were edited out of the movie. It seemed more appropriate the way they remained in the finished film because Scotty would, this is why they cut it. Because they say Scotty would grieve over any Enterprise crewman who was injured in the line of duty, especially when they were hurt while protecting his beloved engines. And okay, I could see that. That is an argument.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point.
That is a sound argument. I'll buy that.
Yeah, same here.
They just fixed it for me.
Now, where did you read that from your book, or is that?
Yes, that's from my book.
Oh,
that
okay.
That is from the making of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan by Alan Ashman.
How old of a book is that?
It's very old. I think it was before the next movie comes out. Like,
oh dear.
Yeah, it was.
I wish I had picked that up because that's something that I should have in my collection already, but I don't.
Well, I checked it out for 13 days. So I have it for 13 days.
Okay.
From the Internet Archive, but I could give it back and then you can read it.
Decent.
Old Media Guy says, thank you for mentioning Escape to Witchcraft Mountain.
No, to Witch Mountain.
Oh, to Witch Mountain. I just I'm doing two things at once. Anytime I make a mistake, it's because I'm multitasking.
You're doing
when I say 20 leagues to the bottom of the sea.
Yeah. 20,000 leagues under the sea. Yeah.
No, I know. I said it wrong on purpose this time. I was talking about a puddle. Yeah. Donnie, and I was also doing the slides, doing the chat, doing the
yeah, you're doing more than two things. You're doing probably 5 things.
And and I also have notes, and I want to see what I put in my notes because I have personal opinions about certain things that I want to make sure I don't miss. And then I gotta see what you guys are saying in the chat, which is really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, I don't have.
And that's funny because I actually read the Jules Verne book because I thought it was cool, but
it's time for me to bow out. Unfortunately, I have to go to my appointment.
Okay, can you tell us any last messages you want to say about this movie? Anything you didn't get to share?
Yeah, I kind of mentioned a little bit in the backstage before we started. When I was in the Air Force, this is a favorite of my friends and I. We worked swing shift in the military, and every night we would get off work like at midnight, between midnight and 2 a.m. And we'd have one of our friends would always get the alcohol for us. Every night we would drink and watch this movie and shout the lines as they were being done, kind of obsessively. Like I said, we got to where we all had the movie memorized, and even that we would rotate. One night, one guy would play Kirk, and the other night, another guy would play Kirk. And I had a Portapack at the time, portable VCR with camera. It was very expensive because they were very rare. This is when people were still renting VCR players. Most people did not have one in their home. So I had a Portapack, and it had a jack for a microphone where it would record. And I was able to rig to where I could copy Wrath of Khan from a VCR to my Portapack, plug in the microphone a certain way, and we could add audio over the movie, which we did. And we kind of did a pre-version of Mystery Science Theater 3000. There was about 8 of us, and we recorded a VHS tape while watching the movie of us shouting and adding jokes. And it was good days. The scene where towards the end there, or it's in, well, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm thinking of Star Trek 3. But when we showed, like in here earlier, when Bones brought the ramen and ale to Kirk's apartment, And when they opened up, all of us opened up a beer. You could hear all the fizzing and all the cans opening. And we did the same thing for Star Trek 3 when Kirk said to absent friends. But it was wild. We all kept a copy of that tape. I made copies for each person. And once we got out, even when we got out of the military, we continued watching it, getting together, and then watching it again. And I had that tape up until about 2005, unfortunately. So 20 years, almost 20 years, I kept that tape. And it was good times with friends. That's what I'm saying is I literally watched this every night for like a year. We get off work, drink, and then it was back to my dorm to watch Wrath of Khan. We did it every night.
You know, that would be really something if you still had it. You could share it. That
I know, but it was
like
very.
a lot of fun.
I can't show it on YouTube because not only copyright, but some of it's kind of vulgar. I mean, we were young in the military and drunk, but it was fun. It was like
It sounds amazing. I want to hear it more now.
Yeah,
right.
Same here. That's
like when Khan, here's an example. Like when Khan says "after torpedoes fire," we put in "blow it out your ass."
You know, yeah, but that's awesome.
But okay, I gotta go. I hope you guys have a great day. I wish I could stay, but I can't. Like I said, check out my channel, guys. If you ever get a chance, Ross's Face Mondays, Sci-Fi Horror Stream Tuesday, Gilligan's Alley Wednesday. And I will consider Night Gallery. I'll do a poll if people are interested. I would like to do that if I could find a co-host. And finding a night where our time can sync up.
Oh, Pop Culture Curator. My birthday is next Wednesday, and I'm looking for a place to hang out. So I don't know what you're doing.
Gilligan's Island, but we can do that after.
Dude, I love Gilligan's Island.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
But all you guys, you take care, huh? It was nice. It was fun.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pop Culture Curator. And sorry, if this was a shorter stream, like if I had to go pick up my son, I didn't have to today because he stayed home.
No apologies necessary. Like I said, I would have talked about it all day. So you don't have to apologize.
We would have rushed it. We would have gotten to the end. So
that's fine.
By the way, spoilers, Spock dies.
Yes, unfortunately. I'll get over that eventually.
Spoilers for a 41-year-old movie going on 42.
Is it 41 years? That's crazy.
That's
42 this summer.
I feel really old when I hear that.
Well, 42 is the answer.
Bye-bye, everybody. Take care, everyone in the chat.
Later, Pop Culture Curator.
Thanks for having me here, Jill. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for sharing.
Oh, my pleasure. Nice meeting you, by the way.
Nice meeting you too.
Guys.
Bye now.
Stone Racket's the man, yo.
Yeah, thank you, Stone Racket, for being here too. And so now that I'm running out of co-hosts, I better let the slides play. Look, there's a rat.
I am a rat. Oh no, I do enjoy the jump scare that is the rat. I can't see your slides, lady.
Oh no, you can't. Okay, you can't see the rat.
That was fun in the theater where McCoy runs into the hanging corpse, the arms,
Yeah.
Watching people jump. Of course, I flinched the first time I saw it, but when I went to subsequent screenings, I would watch the audience every time that scene was coming up. Watch people jump in their chairs.
Oh yeah, and speaking of people who have to go, Max Redstone, it's his lunchtime. If he's not back by this time tomorrow, see you tomorrow. See you later, Max Redstone.
Well, yeah. If we'll call you, Max. But like, I think
there's the rat.
The rat is amazing, and I'm not a big fan of jump scares. I think that jump scares are a cheap way to engage the audience. And the rat is a cheap jump scare. But the thing is that it precedes Bones walking into the dangling arms of the dead people. And so I think it's an amazing, I don't know, people talk about a subversion of film tropes. But I think it's like, okay, we'll show you something stupid like a cat jumping out or a rat, and the main character is upset about it. And then as they're sort of receding away from the initial jump scare, they walk into something more horrific. And I think that that's an amazing filmmaking technique. That is a subversion of the jump scare.
Yeah.
I think that's, Nicholas Meyer is an incredible director. If you have
He's
any
very clever.
opportunity.
Yeah. Have you,
please seek him out.
You have seen Time After Time, haven't you?
Many times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was his big movie before Wrath of Khan.
It was his first director. It was his
it's his first directorial his directorial debut. Yeah.
And
now I have a question.
Says that you're looking good, Scotty. Can't wait to buy that at some point. So he likes your jacket.
Thank you, Don Power Rangers. I appreciate you calling me more phenomenal.
Also, Action Com is here. Hello, Action Com, who asks, did Saavik lie about regulations to accompany Kirk? Yes. Later on, she would chastise Spock for lying. Also, yes.
Okay, so Saavik inferred safety. Was she lying? Well, I think that she was assisting.
Yeah.
Vulcans lie all the time. Yeah.
No, exactly. My question is, all those, scientists, why didn't they all beam down to the Genesis cave before Khan and company arrived? Why didn't
That's a good point.
Because
they have
because they were protecting Genesis. They knew that Genesis could be a destructive force. That's why they were protecting it in the first place. When Chekhov was like, SETI Alpha 5 has checked out. And it's like, wait, hang on. What? This isn't just a thing that you can shoot onto a planet. This is an incredibly destructive force if used incorrectly.
Why didn't everyone beam down with Carol Marcus? Why were they sacrificed? Because if Khan and company gets to the space, the science station, and Carol Marcus and her son are not there, they would seek those two out. And it's like, okay, where are they?
Incorrect.
I don't know.
No, I'll tell you. Do you want to know?
Action Com, he contributed to the script.
Oh, I disagree with it being the plot situation.
Seventh percent solution. He wrote the novel and he wrote the script.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. In this,
that's what's on the screen. It's what's on the screen there.
What's on the screen, and the situation is that I think it's McCoy who says the crew of Regula defended the secret of Genesis with their lives. And they said, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't know where it is. You're a crazy person. And they killed everyone. Captain Terrell himself on screen tells us that they murdered.
Yeah, I know, but logic. Where's Marcus? The doctors Marcus. Where are they? And the fact that they didn't check the I don't know. I'm just this one's kind of a hard one for me to swallow.
Well,
a plot contrivance. It's like, okay, they wouldn't think to check the transporter. But anyway, that's okay.
But where were they going to go?
I said I wasn't going to
underground. Who wants them to go underground?
Yeah,
but that's the thing, is that even when Saavik go like a Vulcan, whether she be half Vulcan or half Romulan or what have you, she looks at it and says, this doesn't make any sense. These transporter coordinates go into the middle of like solid rock. So even their scientific clandestine nature makes it so that, no, you can't follow us.
The old media guy said, oh, okay.
The comment before that
Yeah, I do want to read that one, but the old media guy, I think he has to go. So he's saying thanks for the stream, anti-derivative Jill, Scotty, and Stone Racket. And I want to say you're welcome to that.
You're most welcome.
Yes, RRT
Don't forget about Pop Culture Curator and
Pop Culture Curator and
now
and Jim's Landscape LLC.
Right, and Cinema Gulp. Don't forget
and
to subscribe
of course
to
Ben
Gulp.
from Cinema Gulp. So let's read this before we respond to it. She says, why would they all beam down? They didn't know Khan was coming. As far as they knew, it was a Starfleet crew. Yeah, they thought it was the Reliant crew, not a mass murderer hell-bent on revenge.
I'm a little embarrassed. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That is the point. Yeah.
But you know
everybody working on Genesis were afraid of the scientists have always been pawns of the military. That was
that's what David
the central conceit of the team.
But there's another question I have is Khan tortures the scientists for information. And he doesn't bring along any of the eels to make things easier like he does with Chekhov and Terrell.
Really?
Yeah.
You want more eels?
I don't want more eels, but
he didn't bring any along because
I don't know. Why didn't he bring any?
Well, he didn't think he'd need them.
No.
Okay. He forgot to pack them.
Let's not forget.
Well, maybe they wouldn't have survived the trip.
No, I like that answer. I hope that's the
who
answer.
killed Marla McGavers?
One of those creatures.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of those creatures killed his wife. Yes.
He is not bringing the SETI eels. He's not.
They're too dangerous.
Well,
but he has them. He has them right there in the thing in the terrarium.
Do you really think that he's going to bring them along and be like, oh, maybe we'll need these? It's dangerous out there. Take one of these. I can't imagine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm fine
I agree. I agree.
Okay. I agree now. That's fine. Khan has been on a lifeless planet for 15 years. How would he know to check the transport? Okay. But we
I think that but this is a technological question, is the difference between the transporter and the prefix code. I think that this is, as far as Khan is concerned, he knows how transporters work. And if they're maybe the Genesis scientists eliminated the coordinates or deleted the scans of the body that is Regula One. Like, I don't know. If this is where the movie breaks down for you, I also
not really.
give up. Yeah, no,
Star Trek really.
2
I
is
mean,
a piece of crap because of the transporters and Regula One. I don't like it anymore.
No, it's a nitpick, and I said earlier I wouldn't nitpick, and there I did it again. So I apologize.
That is a great shot. Can you go back one?
Yeah, that was.
No, not. Yeah, I want that. I want that with Eric's. That's
Eric's,
amazing.
you got it.
I'm going to send that to Terrier, my friend Terrier.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy who bought me the.
Well, this is the ambush time of the movie. Terrell and Chekhov, they turn their phasers on everyone, and
that's amazing.
We lose a doctor or a scientist or whoever he is.
That's horrific. Like, you do have to understand that there is a certain level of Star Trek 2 that is horrific when it comes to
this is something that a Starfleet officer would never do because of the SETI
no, exactly. But he commits the phaser side.
He does.
This is so crazy. How do you feel about the Star Trek 2 phasers? I'm not a fan. I'm more of
the actual design. Yeah. I totally agree there. The ones in 3 were more reminiscent of the classic design. And these are just, I think they actually came out with toys that resembled the ones here in this movie. Yeah. And I was never interested in picking those up. I have the classic design.
For everyone who bought them, I'm super proud.
Yeah.
But
that's okay. That's cool.
I didn't like them.
It's just a personal choice, personal opinion.
True.
So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, oh no!
My stars.
Terrell couldn't control himself on the first kill, but he figures it out for the second.
Because it's Kirk.
One, yeah.
He couldn't.
Well,
he couldn't face it. It was the Kirk.
I am
extremely horrific. Now that you mention it, very horrific.
And what comes out of Chekhov's ear is raspberry jelly.
It is interesting, though, at the end when Nicholas Meyer is doing the audio commentary, he does treat the SETI eels as being real.
Yeah, you
He's
told
like,
us that.
oh no, we had them. Yeah, no, but he still does at this point.
Yeah, at this point as well.
Of course, this is a special effect. Yeah. We didn't actually kill any of those eels. But he maintains character throughout the audio commentary, and it's absolutely glorious.
That makes me think of the commentary for Buckaroo Banzai, where they all act as though Buckaroo Banzai is real.
He's not?
Oh, I need to hear that commentary. That sounds amazing.
Have we done Buckaroo Banzai on a Friday, Jill?
No, you had a tribulation on the Phantasmagorium that had a thumbnail, but in the entire
but no one watched that.
Not only did no one watch that, during the entire live stream, I don't even think we mentioned Buckaroo Banzai.
I don't think we talked about it. No, true.
If we did, we talked about it for 5 minutes because I was like, hey, look at this thumbnail. Why did we make this thumbnail if we're not going to talk about it? So no, we need to talk about Buckaroo Banzai for sure.
We do. Yes.
So I missed
I love this. Do you have the quote?
Well, I could give you the quote, but I also want to play some of the clips that I didn't play before. I didn't play this one.
Learn why things work on a starship.
I love it whenever you're going to talk down to me now, you're just going to be able to press that button and you're going to be like, you're going to have to learn how things work on a starship.
Savick, you go right on quoting regulations.
I love that.
Like a poor marksman, you keep missing the target.
I like how he says that.
Buried alive. Buried alive.
Oh,
and you want the whole thing.
I want the whole thing.
Yeah, I want the whole thing.
Okay, I'm going to give you the exchange.
Well, and it's funny because
Between
there
Kirk
was
and
a time I have the screenplay to this movie, and I did a full script reading, and it was embarrassing, and I deleted it. But
yeah, the first time you mentioned it, you didn't say that you deleted it. So I spent hours scouring I don't know, maybe just an hour scouring
fucking
the
gone,
videos,
yo.
and I couldn't find it because it was gone. I was so sad.
Are you going to keep going with the quote? Or is that it? We're done?
No, the quote's in the private chat. Pick who you want to be Kirk and who wants to be Khan. Read that for me.
I'm going to be Khan. Who's going to be Kirk? Jill?
Stone Racket. Oh, okay.
Stone Racket's?
I'll
you
go,
be Kirk.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, wait.
No,
Stone Racket. You want to be Kirk?
You were going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet, buried alive. Buried alive.
Khan!
That was awesome. High fives. Thank you.
Yeah. I cannot outdo the Shat.
And I cannot outdo the Montalban.
Yeah, he's just one of
I only try.
Yeah, Montalban, just one of the most incredible voices.
I'll do Carol.
Absolutely.
Who is Khan?
Who is Khan? He's only a Montalban.
Amazing is how William Shatner earned that moment, says Action Com. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that when people say that he's over emphasizing that moment, it is also to sell his deception to Khan.
That's true.
As if he were left at the center of a dead planet, buried alive. He had to feel defeated. He had to express that verbally because that's all he had.
Yeah.
And in the end, that's when Saavik says, "You lied."
Oh, it is Friday, so I will read this from Mr. Miles. Who remembers when Burnham pointed and held the phaser backwards, pointing it at herself? Yes. So,
I recall
at that point, she was dead, and the rest of the series is just, I don't know, Tilly's delusion.
I've seen that still so many times. I think it was first time I saw it was on Doomcock's channel, and then Gary Beekler, Nerdrotic. And I just at first I couldn't believe it. I was like, is that that's really what's going on? She's holding it backwards.
And you can hear all about it next Tuesday and every other Tuesday going forward when Jill and I engage in a new podcast called Star Trek Discovery.
No.
We're going to be reviewing all of Star Trek.
You know what?
Trek
The thing is,
Discovery.
I could do that, but that would be terrible for my soul.
Oh, my
But
stars.
people would enjoy it, probably.
I make it as a bad joke. It hurts for me to even announce this fictional bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it.
Soul crushing.
I do not want to do it.
Yeah. Now this line of Carol Marcus's, let me show you. Well, how's that going on? Something.
The recipe sounds good. Yeah.
That got a laugh. That was opening night. That line got a laugh even
The
opening
light
night.
form.
It's like, let me show you, something that when the world was new, like at that line,
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of like, wait a minute, what is she talking about?
Mm-hmm. The only thing I don't like about this scene is that I don't know where the sun is.
Right. Where be the sun?
Like just a giant light. But no, like what you're saying, that is something that opens my eyes, and it is like in the movie, and it is something where Kirk is feeling old and defeated, and he doesn't know how he got here. And Carol sort of reinvigorates him and says, but there are there are always possibilities. Like the world of Star Trek is something that opens up. It is a matter of Genesis was not a weapon. It was a matter of creation. That is what human scientists attempted, or Federation sciences, if you don't want to be so Homo sapien specific.
Well, you did get some fruit out of it, which they're eating. And
well, you know,
yes,
how
this is the
I couldn't eat an apple if I tried.
Well, applesauce.
No, thanks. Apple pie. I prefer the pie.
Now I want a slice of apple pie.
Yeah, it was kind of a funny way to say this is the Garden of Eden down here in the middle of the
It
place.
is.
Yeah.
But and again, it's a very eloquent way to say that when humanity becomes, and McCoy said it earlier, God created the earth in 6 days, and now what? Look out! It's Genesis. We can do it in 6 minutes. This is amazing. Like, I don't know. You show me slides, and all I'm going to do is react and say, this is great. I'm going to be Chris Farley for the rest of these slides and just be like, this is amazing.
This is amazing.
It is amazing. I love the models. They have heft. They have weight. Everybody is doing their jobs. Look at that. People have to lift up grates to fire torpedoes.
The underground structure has a stable matrix, unlike the one made out of the nebula.
Well, and I'm interested to see how you guys react to the creation of the Genesis planet based on the Mutara Nebula.
Yeah.
He won't hang up. No, Franco, I will not.
Well, you need enough matter in order to create a planet. So,
well,
there's matter in that nebula.
The thing is, we know that David Marcus cheated because the Genesis device contains proto-matter.
Does it matter?
Yeah.
So
but
it's not.
Is that a big
it's
deal
not
now?
It's not.
I don't think
it's not.
It's
not
now.
life from lifelessness because they have the proto-matter in there.
But
yeah,
also,
so he's he cheated just like Kirk cheated on.
That's right.
Kobayashi.
Yeah, but see, everyone says that, but the problem is that obviously Carol like checked out on it. She was like, "Yep, that sounds good." Carol Marcus did just as much as David did. They were partners in the Genesis project.
Yeah, but they couldn't get a hold of the actress.
But in the narrative of Trek 3, it seems like it, the way David describes it, it was solely his decision, or he was the only one that was in the know. If that, which I agree is a little hard to swallow that because Carol Marcus.
Hang on.
I agree that she.
I can't wait.
Go ahead.
I can't wait to talk about that in Star Trek 3, but right now we got Khan lifting giant pieces of metal.
Yeah.
Right, you got to remember how strong he is. Darius Munchausen says, I think the word Scotty R37 is searching for is anthropocentric.
I can't read, so I don't know what that means.
That means that you're focused on humanity.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know. Yeah,
I have to look it up.
A Homo sapiens only club from Star Trek 6.
That's as it bore. Totes.
That's what it means. There's matter in them, their nebula. Yes, exactly.
There's gold in them, their hills.
Yeah, so that's what they go into the nebula so that Reliant shields are useless and their sensors don't work Spock says to sauce for the goose, Mr.
Yeah,
Savick.
sauce for the goose.
Oh, send me that clip. Like, I want this one as well.
Sauce for the goose, Mr. Savick.
Delicious.
And remember, Khan
this giant Final Fantasy sword.
Yeah, he may be able to do that, but he only thinks in 2 dimensions.
Oh yeah, exactly. I got that.
This pattern indicates 2-dimensional thinking,
which makes sense rationally as a strategist. It's amazing. Anyway,
but then the engines go down.
And then you have General Patton who could think in 4 dimensions.
What?
General Patton, George Patton from World War II. He
I've heard of
was,
him.
yeah, he was, to quote Carlo D'Este's biography, the title is A Genius for War. And that's what Patton was. But that's neither here nor there. Pardon me.
I enjoy the brilliance of warriors, but I do prefer the innovators.
Well, yes.
That's it. I just prefer the innovators who have no idea of war. I do appreciate people who can make war brilliantly, but my preference is towards the innovators that have no mind of war.
Well, I think that this was done really well. It was really tense, and it felt like a decent battle here. And of course,
this is
you got to
amazing.
watch it.
Yeah,
you got to watch it.
it's
obviously
amazing.
if you're watching this.
Yama-nama-nama.
Yeah.
Yama-nama-nama. It's so good. I hope we don't get copyright struck for my horrible singing of James Horner's score.
It's a brilliant score.
But that's what Spock means when he says that Khan is thinking two-dimensionally, because they are fighting like they're ships at sea instead of ships in space.
Exactly.
I'm laughing at your superior intellect.
Laughing at the superior intellect. Now remember, a script girl is saying that. So, Khan, I'm laughing at the superior intellect. And Ricardo Montalban bursts into laughter, as does Scotty.
Well, and on the flip side, it's the same deal when it comes to Kirk. Oh,
yeah, that's true.
Admiral, I don't think I've given you anything to, there's no whatever the line. Sorry. I'm chortling because I'm stoned and partying.
I love the design of the Genesis console. Just all the stuff you have to do. I thought that was
yeah,
I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, wait, here's the big thing. Here's the big problem. Can you go back one, Jill?
Well, the problem is they need warp speed or they're all dead.
No, but there is something in the Star Wars episode. This is the one. 2 that I don't like is when Kirk and Spock go through the Jeffries tubes. Kirk says to Spock, he says, Spock, I've got a son. And Leonard Nimoy says, fascinating. And he says it exactly like that. He's like, fascinating. It is the most bored line reading I have ever heard from Leonard Nimoy ever. And it destroys the director's cut 1000%.
And I'm always wondering what you're talking about, so I don't know.
In 2 hours. That young man, he's my son. Fascinating.
See? That is the worst line reading of Spock from Leonard Nimoy that I have ever heard in my entire life, in my entire infatuation and adoration of Star Trek. And that is why theatrical cut of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan only, and that is my personal preference. So there you are. And knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, I'm glad you explained all that. That's a very, very valid argument. I completely forgot about that terrible line reading.
But it's not just in this movie. It's the worst line reading.
It sounds like he's exhausted, like the director had him do it, 50 times. It's like, okay, do it again. Do it again.
Like it's the first time
crawl through the tube again.
It's the first time that I've ever heard Spock say fascinating in a dismissive nature.
Yeah.
As opposed to and I like Shatner, like Kirk is saying it earnestly. He's like,
yeah,
boy, he's my son.
And I'm glad they cut that
should
out.
Be like, fascinating.
Yeah.
But he says it in a dismissive way. And I'm just like, okay, forget.
Now,
no.
Thinking like Nicholas Meyer, why would a brilliant director like that want to keep something like that in? That's a conundrum.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want
like,
to get into his mind about that.
Yeah, it's like, why would you keep that?
But like, and again, going back to the audio commentary, Nicholas Meyer himself said that he didn't really like the idea of of director's cuts. And he's like, I don't like director's cuts. They're often longer, but they're not often better. And so I think that this is something that he was allowed to bring back the relationship with Scotty, like with Peter Preston. He really wanted to bring back Peter Preston. And I think that there were other things that were brought back and he wanted to put them in. But my version of Star Trek The Wrath of Khan is the theatrical cut. That's my jam.
Yeah.
Hey, look at him. He's a handsome fella.
Yeah, and in the middle of that, we know that, from the next movie that Spock is transferring his Katra to Dr. McCoy.
Remember my Katra.
Lenny.
I'm glad they included that without knowing where they were going with it, but they did go to a good place with it.
Well, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
That makes three of us.
If it weren't for the survival of Spock, I would never have met Cyborg.
Han says, "No, you can't get away."
Oh, can you send this one?
Yes.
Okay. But I want Stone Racket to do it.
Okay.
I can't take all the good lines.
Stone Racket's got a quote, Captain Ahab. I mean, Khan.
No, you can't get away. From hell's heart, I stab at thee. For hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee.
Yamanam. Oh, it's like it is Shakespearean and quotable. Oh my God. No, Spock. Get out of it. Oh, it's nominal. Don't worry about it.
Well, now the engines can take off to warp to get away from the Genesis device explosion.
Just in the nick of time.
Which is one of the greatest special effects in the history of special effects. Just at that moment when the Reliant compresses and explodes and the Enterprise is flying away with the star stuff that is happening, and then the halo that occurs around the Enterprise's escape. Amazing. It is one of the best getaways, and that is why Kirk says, my God, Carol, look at it. Like that's a success. That's an excessive success. Your explosion from a starship made it so that an entire planet was created. Anyway, We will never see you again, Carol Marcus.
Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution.
Right. We'll never see her again. No, you're right. A whole planet gets created. That's one of the things scientists dream about, being able to take a lifeless planet and bringing life to it with terraforming. But this just, here's a whole planet out of the material from a nebulous. How did that happen? It's amazing. And it looks
gravity.
Spectacular.
I blame gravity.
Well, gravity is involved, yes.
Like there's an explosion.
But
so what if it expands and then contracts? And like, I think it's, I don't know. Does the Genesis device work for you guys?
Well, yes, because when they explained the proto matter later, that it wasn't.
No, but now,
yeah, I'm glad that they did that, because I had a problem with it.
No, but now we're not at Star Trek 3. We're
right.
in Star Trek
now?
2.
Then
yeah,
it doesn't seem. It doesn't seem believable.
I
you
had
don't think it makes sense?
I had a problem with it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I never had a problem.
But that's because of my Christian perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I just said, life from lifelessness, blasphemy. And then they did the proto matter, and I went, okay, good.
But I enjoyed the idea of the contraction of the matter from the nebula with the explosion.
Don't forget, it's not only the nebula, it's also Reliant and a whole bunch of genetically engineered peoples.
Oh my God.
Right, including Khan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that baby from the deleted
But
scenes.
there's no baby. There's no baby because there's no givers.
There's a baby. There's a baby in the deleted scenes.
Oh, in the deleted scenes. Well,
have you ever seen the baby from the deleted scenes?
No, I never have.
All right. Well, there's a baby.
The son of Khan.
I don't know if it was a boy or a girl. It was a
Did
baby.
they say?
A planet is created, and we find out it's made in China. So
you know it was made in Taiwan.
Edge of Time says proto lives matter.
Proto lives do matter, Edge of Time.
Oh, geez.
I should really highlight the chat.
No, I already did.
I should see what I'm getting into.
Well, what we're getting into is the fact that McCoy did not. Well, they did the right decision in not having McCoy say he's dead, Jim, because that would have been awful. So
that would have been.
They have Scotty say,
He's dead already.
Yeah, DeForest Kelley objected to that. He said, "No, that'll ruin the whole moment. They'll just produce laughter." And I'm glad that they, like you said, Jill, I'm glad that they let Scotty say that.
This is one of the most emotional. And when I first saw it, I didn't realize the emotion of it. It wasn't until I actually watched more of the original series and understood, like, this is one of the first movies that I ever saw. And I didn't understand the weight of Spock dying. But when I did, like, it's weird to have a funeral for a friend that you've already seen die 7 times before. And it's incredible. The performances, the music. And when I say the performances, I'm not just talking about Shatner and Nimoy. I'm talking about like Doohan and Kelly. Like these guys are selling. Everybody is surrounding Spock's death with the utmost of weight. This is incredible. This is tragic. Well, no, I wouldn't even say tragic. This is what this guy would do. Spock would kill himself.
It is, Ed. He's demonstrated the reason why this scene works is not
sacrifice,
just because
not kill himself.
Yeah,
sacrifice.
Right,
himself.
right. Sacrifice. It's a sacrifice. It's something you know why this works on me every single time, why I can cry at this at every single time. And is it the incredible acting and delivery of everyone? A part of it, that's part of it. But the bigger part is that I recall the feeling watching the original series with Spock using his strength and his intelligence and his courage before this moment. And he's always had moments like this where he's survived, where he's had well, what was that pancake monster episode? Damn it.
Operation Annihilate.
Operation Annihilate. He sacrifices there, but he survives. And Galileo 7, similar story there, and so he's been able to do that. And so you think, well, he's just doing that again, and he's going to come through like he always does, because he's not, you know, he says, I'm not human, I can withstand this radiation. And then he doesn't.
Well, and in terms of the performance with Leonard Nimoy, he, after he has stuck his head into an antimatter exhaust port or something, or like, I don't know, it's radiation. I don't know what it is. It looks painful. But he walks over and he straightens his jacket and he walks over to Jim, and then he just bumps into something, which is not a Spock situation. He is the epitome of dignity in death. Like, I do adore, I don't mean, if I sound flippant, it's because I have a problem with sincerity. But this is a death that I feel, a fictional death that I feel, even knowing that he is to return.
Right. Even knowing he's returning, this is still Spock's death. That doesn't take away from it that he returns, because his return is a rebirth.
Like, Jim doesn't know at the beginning of Star Trek 3 that Spock is coming back. He doesn't know the title of the movie that he's in.
Right.
I do.
And always shall be your friend.
It's incredible.
It doesn't matter how many times I've seen that, it still gets me.
But the thing that brings it home for me, and the way that I confront life, and I don't mean this in a Star Wars way, is that when Dr. McCoy at the end of the movie says, you know, he's never really gone if we don't forget him. Like, that's
a prophetic line of the movie, because he's not gone as long as we remember him.
And that's not like he's gonna come back in the next movie, everybody. He's always with us. And yeah, I don't want to bring up people, but there are people that I think of, and it's like, oh, I wish they were here. But on the plus side,
I know what you're talking about.
them.
I had a person too. Like, we all have people that sentiment applies to in our own lives.
You know what the worst part was, Jill? I killed them.
You didn't, Scotty. Come on. Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, I think I have the clip. Of course I do.
Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human.
Do you have the clip? Do you have the dialogue?
The dialogue? Oh, yeah, I have the dialogue. Do you want me to share it?
No. Never mind. I was like, I could do that funeral. And I was like, wait a second. Jesus, Scott, don't. Did she change her hairstyle?
She did, yes.
Yeah.
She changed it again.
And if I
Fashion
may say so, she looks absolutely spectacular.
Well, stop hitting at people at funerals.
Yeah, I know. I'm very sorry.
I agree, though. She's gorgeous.
Did you change your hairstyle?
I hadn't noticed.
It says RNTNZ was 12 when this came out, and it struck me as probably the most emotional moment in all of Trek. Yeah, it felt so earned because Kirk and Spock's friendship was so deep. Think back to Amok Time and TOS.
Exactly.
Yes.
That is it.
Yes, and there was that time, yes, in that episode where Spock thinks he killed his captain. He says, "I killed my friend, my captain," and that's why we get that moment of joy from him when he realized he didn't. Of course, that's because he's also still coming off of Pon farr. But, and in this case, it's not. We're not relieved in this movie. People who watch this movie have to wait 2 years to get Spock back. When they watched it for the first time. Not me though. I had the DVDs.
What was that earlier comment by ActionCom that you went by real quick? The
Spock died?
No, the one before this.
Oh, okay.
There was something.
And came back better than Palpatine. True
Spock
story.
refused
this
to
one.
acknowledge his blindness in
Operation Annihilate.
True.
I thought that was cute that you called it the Pancake Monsters, because that's exactly what I called them when I was a kid. And I still call them that. It's the Pancake Monster episode.
Oh, Jill. I have a question. Actually, it's more of a request.
Sure.
Can you do me a favor?
Okay, sure.
Can you do the Final Frontier speech?
Of course I can. I can.
Whenever you're ready.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Their 5-year mission to
Do you want a
explore,
rehearsal? Do you want to just think about it for a bit?
to explore
calm
strange
down?
new worlds.
You need some milk or something?
Sorry. Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
To explore strange new worlds, to seek out
go from the
new
top.
life.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
When I would do audio checks when I was in undergraduate in telecommunications.
Shut up, Stone Racket. I want Jill to do.
I would do that as a sound check.
All right.
Oh, you did. That's amazing.
Yeah. I also did the opening to Twilight Zone
Well, yeah, you did kind of throw this at me.
I did. It was unfair, but I really want it.
Okay.
Not now. You can do it later.
The final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. And Mr. Miles says, my mother introduced me to Trek as a kid. When she passed, I rewatched these movies in memory of her. That scene hit me harder than ever had before. Star Trek V had some scenes that hit hard too.
Yeah. It's gonna be so, and I can't imagine, Mr. Miles, the loss of someone close to me. I've been spared that sort of heartache.
Yeah, I haven't lost somebody that close yet.
Exactly. And
But
when I do, it's going to be tough to watch some Star Trek because I know Star Trek does talk about loss and death, and like I throw around time is the fire in which we burn like it's matches. But when someone close to me dies, I know that I know that Julian Soren is going to punch me in the taint.
Well, time is the school in which we learn.
Yes, but and it's the same thing with the death of Spock in Star Trek 2. When that happens, I have always been, I shall be, and always have been, whatever. I don't know how it goes. I don't know how to sing the cover song. And when that happens, I don't know how that's going to hurt me. And just because I've known that truth my entire life, and when it does finally affect me, I don't know how hard it's going to affect me.
Yeah, well, Ariba Bell says, I saw this movie in theater first run with Gil, of course.
Of course.
Of course. Mm-hmm.
And Gil. Absolutely. Well,
yeah, the only comparable scene RNT and Zed said, I said Zed because of you, damn it's kind of, is Gandalf.
Yeah, and the problem is, Ari, here's the problem. Ari, if Gil was a responsible Vulcan, he would have pressed his hand to another man's face and said, remember, I blame this whole thing on Gil.
What? What do you mean? I don't understand.
I'm saying that he had a Katra that he did not implant on another person.
Well, but
so
Gil wasn't.
I'm blaming Gil.
You're okay. You. Okay, so I thought Jill was crying for a second. Well, you know what? I kind of was getting a bit emotional that he would bring that up because I really love when Spock says the opening credits. I think he says it a little differently from the TV show. And so when I first watched this movie, that did hit me kind of hard. So I really love that he closes with that. Because you just lost him and then you get to hear his voice again.
Yeah, that was an incredible touch. I'm glad that they did that in this movie.
Stone Racket, do you want to say the Space the Final Frontier?
Putting Jill on the spot. Well, it worked out eventually when I stopped being emotional. But that was a good choice.
Space, the Final Frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Wah, 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 wah.
And of course, why did they choose 5 years? Because that was a hopeful, little plea to the network. Please let us last for 5 seasons.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly. But in this movie, I think Spock says continuing mission.
Yeah, it's ongoing mission.
Oh, ongoing mission.
To explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life forms.
And Action Com says his glasses being cracked shows Kirk's worldview being shattered. I think it also says that he's not feeling the age that he was feeling at the beginning of the movie.
Well, it's also a matter of loss, a loss of vision in one eye, because Kirk does have 2 eyes. One of them is McCoy, one is Spock, and that's one is gone.
That's a good reading. I like that.
Oh, wow, I hadn't considered that. That is very good.
That's very good reading. There's many levels to that right there on the screen with the glasses being shattered in one lens.
I want to say hello to Canadian Spider-Man and Susan Dolan. This live stream is going on for a little bit longer than I expected. The Reluctant Dragon says it depends on the circumstance. My dad passed just a bit over 2 years ago. After what he'd been through in the previous years, I felt a sense of relief.
Sorry, I didn't mean to chuckle. I was just looking at my empties.
It's terrible seeing others suffer.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm so sorry.
It's
in the words of the philosopher William Shatner, you'll have time.
That pain and guilt can't be taken away with the wave of magic wand. They're the things we carry with us, the things that make us who we are.
True.
Says
Trek 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we lose them, we lose ourselves.
I need my pain.
I need my pain. Yeah, and yeah, actually, that did remind me of that scene too, because McCoy's.
If we lose them, we lose ourselves. I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Is that what McCoy, or was that what Kirk says in that movie?
That's Kirk. That's
yeah.
Well, the reason I said McCoy was because the scene had McCoy's dad.
Yeah,
and
that's a tough scene. That's a tough scene to watch.
It's an incredible. It's possibly one of the best scenes in all of Star Trek.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I've only seen the movie once. That was when it was originally in the theaters. It's not one of my favorites, but that one,
Trek 5.
That one is it's tough. That was tough for me to experience. But I'm glad that they quoted those lines from Kirk, because that's a highlight from that movie, definitely.
Well, Franco was saying that's a tough film to watch.
Well,
but there's some good points like that. Like that scene is one of the good points of that movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. We had a whole conversation about Trek 5. I can't gush. I can't show up here and gush about Star Trek 5.
Well,
every time I love Star Trek 5.
Let's gush about
good words.
See? David gets it.
Yeah. Yeah, it took me a while to kind of get used to this particular actor. I wasn't too happy with the casting, but this scene is really nice. I have to admit, that's a touching scene.
I think so too.
And it's their reconciliation. It's really good that they have that in there.
I really just feel bad. As long as we remember it.
And that John Horner score.
And then once again, we quote from A Tale of Two Cities.
But can we play that DeForest Kelley one more time?
He's really not dead. As long as we remember it.
I do adore that. And the music,
do you have the clip? Do you have the clip of Kirk's quoting? Yeah, I like that. How do you feel, Jill? How do you feel?
Erect.
I feel young.
Yeah.
Scott.
I'm sorry.
That was you need a timeout.
Of course, if you ask me, I'll go. I do not understand the question. I feel fine.
Did I say John Horner or did I say Jacob Horner?
Yes,
James Horner.
It was foreshadowing. Yes.
Clem Fandango.
Definitely. And there's so many reviews and so many things that we didn't get to talk about. There's so much in this movie, and we didn't even get started. So definitely check out.
If I may,
sure.
I do appreciate you hosting this particular celebration of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, because it is a situation where a bunch of people who have an appreciation for it, who love it. We're not poking holes. We're except for Gene Roddenberry being a sex pervert, but like everything else is absolutely. This is a fun time where Star Trek fans can talk about Star Trek stuff, which includes Gene Roddenberry being a bikini area boy. But this is a fantastic fun time, and I appreciate you, Jill, so much as allowing me to be an inept
You don't have to punctuate every sentence with that, but yes, thank you very much.
What?
Daddy.
You don't want to talk about Gene Roddenberry? Never mind.
Well, I mean, it didn't impact.
It was not even remotely appropriate, but I brought it up, so I appreciate your admonition.
I also want to thank. I also want to thank you, Jill, for an opportunity to celebrate true Trek.
Absolutely, and I'm glad we can.
Thanks for the invite.
For next week when we have to talk about Nemesis.
And that kind of is a drop off a bit, isn't it?
I still have
bit.
I still have not seen that film.
I'm being nice.
Okay.
I've never seen Nemesis.
Well, get ready.
Well, yeah, if you're tuned into that live stream, you will learn a bit about Nemesis.
I'm looking forward to hearing your critique of it, Jill.
You have to see it.
He doesn't have to do anything he doesn't want to do.
This is also very, very true.
I wanted to see if I could find this book. There's a book of 225 pages of cool stuff that I didn't even really get to read.
I don't like cool
stuff. And I wonder what's in here.
I don't come here to this channel for cool stuff.
Well,
I do.
Oh.
Anyway.
Different story.
Alan Asherman making a start.
This is City Alpha 5!
At least I assume it is once I read it. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. And Canadian Spider-Man says, I'll keep it running. Ooh.
Running,
what are you going to keep running?
No, running.
What do you mean, like a live stream? I noticed Jill's poll didn't have to ask anyone to rate the movie. Oh, yeah. Let's see what the poll said. So I'm in the poll. 70 votes. 70.
Oh, wow. My.
Oh, my God.
What is the poll? Votes. You got to tell me. I didn't even do anything.
Oh, my God. It was a tie, and I want to leave it a tie. It was a tie.
What is it?
Who has the best character arc coming from the original series to this movie, up to this movie?
Yes.
And it was the question was for Kirk, Spock, and Khan, and Kirk and Spock tied. I think that's beautiful.
That's perfect.
Gorgeous. It's my favorite thing today. Thank you guys for voting in the poll, engaging in the chat, and telling us what you think about this movie. And welcome to Penny.
Hey, Penny.
Jim says, I like dressing up for live streams. So what did you think of my my red maroon uniform? Yeah, thank you so much, Jim, for coming on the show and telling us what you think about this movie. And I gotta say I prefer the one that Shatner is wearing, but I liked yours too. It was good. And one of the least terrible things about that show.
You know what? I would show you guys my phase pistol and communicator from Enterprise if I weren't.
But we're not reviewing Enterprise anyway.
To take it out of my box. I can't. I got to put it in the box.
Yeah, no, it stays in the box.
Stays Spock in the box.
Past them without recognizing them when he comes back, right? Just hesitate in a second to look at Kirk.
And then the eyebrow goes up. Your name's Jim.
Canadian Spider-Man says, "Hey Jill and everyone, take care. Going to watch a university hockey game with my dad now." Oh, enjoy your time with your dad. That
Yeah.
is incredibly important.
Definitely
You
enjoy
know,
your time with Dad.
Your name says Canadian, but hockey is for stupids.
Well, you realize you live in Canada and you're Canadian.
Yeah, and I hate Canadians.
that
Actually,
escalated quickly.
I don't hate Canadians. I just hate hockey. I'm sorry. I went
Okay.
from,
Hey,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Don't rain on Canadian Spider-Man's parade. He's gonna have
No,
a
I
good
think he
time with
should
his
have a
dad.
really good time with his dad. I'm just saying that they're
Let's.
hanging out together and watching something akin to Twilight.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is
No,
that
hockey
Scotty
is
likes
for
Twilight.
dumb people. I do love Twilight. But
So
no,
he's
hockey is
contradicting himself.
stupid.
I don't like Twilight. I think
Well,
Twilight is
but
stupid.
do you like hockey?
I don't know. I've been to one game because my sister was doing some kind of dance
When was
during the
that?
game. Years ago, a couple years ago,
Years?
and
How
it
many
was
years?
fine. I don't know. I didn't know what I was watching. I just saw some guys
What
beat
I'm
each other
saying
up.
is that if you were interested in the particular sport, you would have laughed immediately, and you did. Yeah, hockey is for stupids. I'm saying this on camera in a Starfleet uniform, and I apologize because Captain Archer himself is a big fan of water polo. So sports are, if you
Well,
enjoy
I
them,
guess you've said worse.
Radioactive says Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan is
planetary,
real Star Trek, and
radioactive.
unlike the Kurtzman swill.
Absolutely. Yes, it
Absolutely.
is.
I love the
Well,
Kurtzman swill.
Well, I'm just grateful we spent this entire live stream talking about the Wrath of Khan and zero time talking about the abomination that was created later that cribbed it.
Well, and is it a possibility to play Sabotage by the Beastie Boys to finish?
No, it's not. It's not. That's not
Alright.
happening. No.
But I like that song.
Mm-hmm. I do too, but not in Star Trek.
No, I like it really much.
You go to hockey for the game, but you stay for the brawls, says Radioactive. Yeah, and I guess they always happen, don't they? That they always beat each other up.
Hockey is the dumbest thing.
Oh, what did that say about Anna?
Oh, Anna,
that she wants to build a snowman.
She played water polo.
Water polo. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's Star Wars girl.
Yep,
I was talking
Star
about
Wars girl.
Yeah, I was talking about Captain Archer. He's a water polo guy.
Oh.
I don't pay attention to Snow White.
Well, Anna, yeah. I like that time on Twitter where she changed her name to that Star Trek girl for William Shatner for quite a while.
Oh,
that's
sweet.
my favorite thing about her, because that's the only reason I'm subscribed to her, because I know she's a Star Trek fan.
Well, at the LA Comic Con, she was dressed up as a Starfleet officer.
Mm-hmm.
So she was in one of the TNG science uniforms.
Yes,
blue.
it must be a difficult situation to dress up like a Star Trek individual. Wear a uniform of such. How do you do that? Fucking casual.
Well, anyhow.
Well, no, come on.
Miles,
Anybody throws
like
up
that's
with a Starfleet uniform and all of a sudden they're an expert? I
Thank
just did. I am your doctor.
I agree with Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Stone Racket.
I feel like I'm
Jill is supreme.
That movie is just so incredible
True
that we just spent 4.5 hours watching, and it's just, and we didn't even read the book that I brought to the table. So we had people here who love this movie, who know this movie, who had so much incredible information. And I hope everybody here had a good time listening to that and engaging with it.
Some of them cosplayed.
And some of them cosplayed.
Indeed.
And thank you so much to Jim and Scotty R37 for their cosplay and their feelings about and information and opinions about the movie.
2 out of 10.
You mean 20 out of 10?
That is actually correct.
Darius too is smarter and cooler than him. I don't know about that.
I agree.
True story. I'm with you. Yeah.
Anna's a pretty good artist. I won't take that away from her. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, she's very good. Very good artist.
That's great. Well, I think she's pretty cool. Jill keeps better company than some of the trollish CG pros. Some of them are really rude. Well, I have Scott.
Yeah, we have Scotty.
Okay, so I don't really listen to.
I feel like the weird tribble that you have to hide in your lunchbox, but I'm okay.
Oh, I have that. My tribble is in my other room.
Okay, well, okay. Don't shave it.
Oh, the Star Wars girl, Margaret Robbie, in her Star Trek uniform. Margaret Robbie asked if she was science or operations because she recognized the uniform and the color. Ooh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Yeah, have you seen that picture? Yeah.
No, I haven't.
And it's pronounced Margot.
Yeah, Margot.
Barbie.
Yeah, the Barbie.
Mr. Miles wants you to join the chat so he can tag you, Scotty.
Oh, Mr. Miles, you can tag me if you'd like to join me in whatever I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? Oh, that's it. That's where we are in this show. Tell us, what are you doing on the internet and where we're going next? Because
I'm on X. So if you'd like to find me, I'm the same handle that you see on screen currently. I'm at ScottyR37 on X. And so if you'd like to get in touch with me, that's where I am. I'm also, if you want to go and subscribe to the Phantasmagorium show, that's where I'm reviewing Fargo. See, actually, we're reviewing all of Fargo. We just haven't gotten to all of it yet. So we did all of season 1. We're doing season 5 now. And then once we're done season 5, we're going to keep going on Fargo. So if you'd like to, at the Phantasmagorium show, that's where we hang out. But if you'd like to find me, I usually hang out with my best friend on the internet, and that is Antiderivative Jill, and that is right here. So you should, share, like, subscribe, consider becoming a member.
Well, yeah, that is the thing. Thank you. And also Cinema Gulp. You're also over there too.
Yeah, that's true. He's also, oh my God.
He was also on the panels today.
And I didn't get the chance to show you where he is in this movie, but I would like to assure you that Cinema Gulp
I forgot about that.
in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. I'll send you an image, and as soon as I send it to you, you'll be like, oh my God. So, but I didn't. But thank you. Yeah. No, this is so fun. I have such a blast hanging out with you, and I appreciate you and everybody here.
Same. And Stone Racket, do you have anything you want to share before we leave?
Well, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not really on social media.
No, but you sound really great.
But I thank you. I like hanging out with you, Jill, and I hope to be part of the panel discussing third season Star Trek pretty soon in the near future.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to that.
And me too. I'm looking forward to that.
And thank you for having this channel and for loving Star Trek. And it's always a joy to talk with you and to talk about Star Trek anytime, anywhere.
Definitely agreed completely. And I'm still learning a whole bunch of this stuff. So if I ever get anything wrong, I really always appreciate you guys when you correct me. I'd rather be corrected than not. That would be more terrifying than, because I like to learn. And
you're wrong.
I love Star Trek. No, not about that. I can't be wrong about that.
I don't even know what I was yelling about. I'm sorry.
Yeah, stop yelling.
Yeah, I can't help it.
Well, there's always a chill channel of shows I can listen to at full volume with the door open while Lady Munchausen is home. Oh, yeah, and this is one of them. And Franco Walker says it was a great stream. Thank you, chat.
Thank you, Frank.
I love Star Trek too.
DJ Ronnie G.
Yeah, stimulating, wholesome discussion of nerdy passions.
Indeed.
And Susan Dolan says, hope to see a lot of you on Doomcock tonight at 7:30 where we can hail each other again while eating rabbit chicken.
Tacos. Wow. And ice cream and beer, it looks like.
Well, ice cream and beer. I'm there.
Isn't that what that is? Ice cream there?
Yes.
I do hope that you guys soak your corks.
You
go soak your head, Scotty.
No. I will.
Okay, so here's the preview for the next Star Trek, the original series episode we will be reviewing on this channel next Tuesday. It's going to be Day of the Dove, so we're in season 3. We've got a good episode. We're going to celebrate again on Tuesday.
Indeed.
And we'll see you all next time.
Scotica.
Until then, enjoy your Friday. There's a lot of cool things going on, and I hope you can have a good time. Take care, everyone, and much love to you all.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Jill.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Live long.
You are now prisoners of the Klingon Empire against which you have committed a wanton act of war.
Take off, sir! Maintain your post!
Don't try to stop me, Captain.
If the alien is creating these events, Captain, it is apparently capable of manipulating matter and mind. This one appears to be strengthened by violent intentions.
It exists on the hate of others.
You don't die yet.
I now control this ship's power and life support systems. You will die of suffocation in the icy cold of space.
Admiral. A fair chance. This is SETI Alpha 5.
Who's been holding up the damn elevator? You change your hairstyle?
Anything else is a waste of material. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. I have been and always shall be yours.
So much for the little trading cruise.
He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Now, watch out. Here comes Genesis. We'll do it for you in 6 minutes. Buried alive. Buried alive.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning.